Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mingo Revolution. And I got some late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. Manhunt for would-be Trump assassin as Trump goes to the Arizona-Mexico border to deal with the illegal immigration problem. Before we deal with that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button, like, share, subscribe, let everybody know Core Figures live. It's a lot more to this story. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into more to the story of the Trump assassination attempt that took place, what was that, a month ago? But let's just start with this threat.
So as we await the former president, Paul Morrow is standing by. But first to senior correspondent Alicia Acuna, who is on the scene there in Arizona, where the Trump motorcade has just arrived. Alicia.
Hi, Martha. Yes, as you mentioned, the Trump motorcade has just arrived. It drove past us here to my left just a few moments ago. And if we push back, I don't know if, Keith, you're able to push back just a little bit, you can see the president's motorcade is back toward behind those other people. He's scheduled here to highlight the border crisis, speak on immigration and security, which is one of his strengths, according to so many of the polls out there when you compare it to Kamala Harris. However, the headline now today is coming out of Cochise County in that the sheriff here has confirmed that there is a manhunt underway for a man, 66-year-old Ronald Servid, for threatening to kill former President Trump. Fox News Digital reporting that the intended target was Trump and the intended day was in fact today. Significant, Martha, for so many reasons, as you know, in terms of security. We do know since the attempted assassination attempt on former President Trump on July 13th, there are a lot of security measures that have tightened and broadened, including bringing up that bulletproof glass in front of him for rallies. We don't see that here. We're here. This is just the process, a very tightly secured area where we are. But when you start to think about the search for the suspect, it's a manhunt. And where we are, we're in the middle of the desert. You're looking at this border wall right here, right? But all around us, there is hardly any cell service. We have satellite trucks here so that we can communicate with you in Chicago, with folks in New York and in DC. It feels like you're in the middle of nowhere, which makes it all the more frightening when you consider that as of right now, law enforcement say they do not know where this man is. Martha?
Yeah, that's disturbing. And they do have information. We saw the picture just moments ago, but it raises some questions as to moving forward with this event when you're not sure what the location is of this man who has made these threats. So, Alicia Acuna, thank you very much. We'll go back to you, obviously, if we get more developments there.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host.
Who is this man working for? Who sent this man to threaten to take Trump out? And when Trump got there, Trump said they didn't even tell him that it was a threat on his life. So they put him in danger again. He didn't know until they brought it up on the news.
Hey, there was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming? And what are your thoughts coming down here? Some people told me it's dangerous for you to be here.
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I've heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now.
They want to keep it from him. What? You didn't tell Trump? They just was reporting it on the news. It's an all points bulletin manhunt for a guy who threatened to kill Trump. Before he even came out there, they just was talking about it in that location. He come out there. They didn't tell him. A reporter had to tell him. What the hell going on?
No, thank you very much for saying. But no, and I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them. So mistakes were made, and they're going to learn from the mistakes. But I have great respect. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because...
Come on, man. Let's stop right there for a second. How is it that it was a manhunt for a dude in Arizona who threatened to kill Trump, We just seen it. That's why I played the video like that. We just seen him say on the news before he walked out there. The reporters knew. Everybody knew. Trump walked out here. A reporter asked him, "Hey, did you know they was trying to?" And he didn't know. Come on.
I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys. So I have heard it's very unsafe to make this trip. There were some people that really didn't want me to make it. Yeah.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Kamala, no? So that's one piece of evidence we're not going to let disappear into the news, that it was a reporter. Don't let them say it was anybody else. It was a reporter who told Trump, "Hey, did you know it was a dude on the loose right now who wanted to kill you?" And Trump said, "Nah, I didn't know that." They didn't tell. Oh, they probably just want to protect me. Damn, by not telling them, "Hey, it's dangerous out here right now for you. Somebody out here want to kill you."
A News Nation exclusive. We just spoke with former President Trump at the Arizona border. Trump visited the border as part of his swing state tour counter-programming the DNC. Also, the local sheriff's office in Cochise County is telling News Nation they're looking for a man who made threats to kill the former president. They tried to arrest him last night, but apparently could not find him. So
you tried to arrest him last night. You never told Trump. See how they said? You see they setting up here? Oh, it was just a mistake. He slipped through our hands. So you didn't tell Trump team last night, "Hey, it's a dude threatening to kill you when you come out here and try to talk about the border." Always remember, Trump found out when he was giving his interview and a reporter brought it up. The Secret Service, FBI never told him nothing.
Are still looking for him at this hour. News Nation's Allie Bradley spoke with Trump just moments ago. She asked him about the border and that possible endorsement that may be coming tomorrow from candidate RFK Jr. Here's that interview.
I'm going to get to the border, but I obviously have to ask you about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. If he endorses you, are you going to find a spot for him in your cabinet? And have you promised him anything in that regard?
Well, we haven't talked about that yet, Allie, but we'll find out and we'll see. I have a lot of respect for him, and I think he has a lot of respect for me. I've just heard this as news flashes, and we've had a good relationship for a long period of time. If he endorses, that would be an honor for me. But we're doing very well. We're leading now, as you know, in the election, and we're leading in all of the major categories like border, like economy, like all of that. It's really good. It's really good. Things are happening that are very good. He may also see that, but it would be my great honor. If he wants to endorse me, I have good respect for him. Smart guy, a little different, but very smart, and we will take his endorsement.
Can we expect to see him on the stage with you tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. I know we're in the same state, but we're still pretty far away. But we'll see what happens. If something happened, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now, sir, I do have one question here about the situation in this area. Obviously, an assassin tried to kill you.
Yeah.
The sheriff's right now.
Can I tell you something?
Sure.
We're in danger standing here talking. So let's not talk any longer. No, I know about it, but they don't want me standing here. They don't want you standing here either. Have a good time. Thank you very much.
After a reporter blew their cover, see, they were going to let Trump sit out there and then act like the dude slipped through their fingers when a reporter asked them, "Hey, you know somebody trying to kill you? You see Trump with Trump?" Like, "Nah, I didn't know that." "What?" "Oh, they probably were just trying to protect me. They won't." "What? Hell no. They supposed to tell your team, man, somebody trying to kill you." But now, after they was busted, now they saying they arrested the dude. "Oh, really? You arrested him after Trump found out, huh?"
The man who allegedly threatened to kill Donald Trump in the US state of Arizona has been taken into custody. 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid allegedly made the threat ahead of a Trump rally in the state. He reportedly had outstanding warrants in Wisconsin and Arizona for charges relating to a DUI and a hit and run. There is also an absconder hold for failing to register as a sex offender.
See what type of disgusting pervert they try to cut a deal? You know, they make all that go away if he just took the shot, you know. But we know it's something fishy going on. Why? Because they didn't even tell Trump. They didn't tell Trump team. They talk about, "Oh, we tried to arrest him last night." Well, why the hell you got Trump out here tonight and he didn't even know till the reporter asked him, "Man, you know somebody trying to kill you?" "Oh, hell no, I didn't know that." Did you see how shocked he was? Like, what the? Oh, okay. Then he fixed it a little bit. I trust the Secret Service. No, you don't. And this is why. Now I'm going to show you why you can't trust the Secret Service. Because we had got away, salute family, salute queen. We had got away from this story, but now we're going to dig back into it.
We have some disturbing information coming out about Thomas Matthew Crook's body, and that's not my words, but the words of a congressman as he uncovered a disturbing fact about the investigation. Now, before we do begin, I do want to ask if you can please like, comment, and share this video, because YouTube is going above and beyond to delete likes, comments, and even subscribers from this channel. The more you like, the more you comment, and the more you share, it helps offset what YouTube happens to be doing. When it comes to what took place on July 13th at Trump's rally, I do believe a lot of us, including myself, believe that the man seen in the photos lying prone on the roof was not Thomas Matthew Crooks, but another individual. What happens to be even more bizarre is the fact we still do not know where this suspected individual happens to be. He still has not come out yet. He has not shown any proof of life. His social media has been scrubbed. His name is still trending all over social media. Matter of fact, when this incident first happened, his name was all over the news as being the first person suspected to cause this incident. And people believe that he's deceased, and all he would need to do is show some proof of life saying, "I'm still alive," and that would prove he is not the person that's on the roof. Now, he doesn't have to do this, but given the fact that your name is all over social media as being the person on the roof, one would think he would come out and clear his name, or he would show some proof of life. But it has been over a month, and his social media is still scrubbed. Now, with that being said, we have Representative Clay Higgins, a Louisiana Republican who was appointed to Congress's bipartisan task force reviewing the attempt on Trump's life, try to view Crook's body on August 5th as part of his own personal inspection. That is 100% fair if you are part of a team to gather all of the facts about what took place on July 13th to make everything make sense. One of the things you want to do is view his body, because there is a lot of back and forth, a lot of flip-flopping, especially from the FBI and the Secret Service. Given the fact, once again, the man on the roof does not look like Thomas Matthew Crooks, you want to inspect his body to make sure all the information you're being told is 100% factual. Well, the former police captain, who happens to be the congressman, said his request to view the body caused quite a stir and revealed a disturbing fact. It was at this point he learned that the FBI had released the body for cremation 10 days after what took place in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th. What? This congressman was interviewed, and he had some rather interesting things to say when it came to the autopsy.
And was the other problem is, and as you know, I went in Sunday morning after Mass to the site. I was denied entrance because it was a crime scene. Right. But the crime scene was completely cleaned. We were looking for where's the spent shells. We're wondering on different things, including where's the body, and finding out that the jurisdiction had been gone from the Butler coroner's office to the Allegheny County coroner's office, and I was still waiting to see an autopsy. And really, we were very concerned about actually seeing the body to look and try to match it up with what the autopsy said. And we were told, well, the FBI made a decision to turn Mr. Cook's body back to his family, and permission to go ahead and cremate. And at that point, it's like all our evidence is gone that we should look at.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they
That
cremated
is
the body.
absolutely wild. This proves that something strange, something fishy is indeed taking place here. And we have called this out for quite some time.
See how they go? Now you have no idea who got killed on that roof. You just got to take their word for it. And why? Because they cremated the body.
This channel, other people on other forms of social media have also called this out, that something is just not adding up. Something really stinks when it comes to this whole story. Congressman Higgins says nobody knew that the body had been returned to the family, including the county coroner and local enforcement. He writes that the coroner still had legal authority over the body when the FBI made the decision, and accuses the agency of obstruction. That is absolutely crazy. The FBI should know that this investigation, a person attempting to take out a former president and a person that's running again for president, will go through multiple channels of investigation. Many people that are assigned to the investigation will want to see the body to make sure it lines up with everything that's said in the autopsy. And the FBI says, nope, we are going to go ahead and get rid of his body right away. The article continues to say the congressman's report comes amid grave concerns over how the incident was allowed to unfold, with Trump barely escaping with his life and a rally attendee losing his life in one of the greatest security failings in American history. Secret Service Chief Kimberly Cheadle was forced to resign on July 23rd, but many questions remain unanswered, with no motive yet provided for 20-year-old Crook's attempt on Trump's life. That is also rather true. We still do not have a motive as to why Thomas Matthew Crooks went to the rally and caused this incident. And if it's not Thomas Matthew Crooks and it is indeed the other individual on the roof, then his motive is rather clear. He has the history. He caused a scene at Trump's previous rally in 2016 in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has been arrested at multiple rallies for assault. Continuing to read from this article, it says, Higgins said that he took it upon himself to investigate during a boots-on-the-ground trip to Butler from August 4th to August 6th. And once again, he is a part of the investigation team. His preliminary investigative report was submitted to Task Force Chairman Mike Kelly on August 12th and released to the public on Higgins' website last night. In it, he questions why Crook's body was released to the family by the FBI without any oversight. The problem with me not being able to examine the actual body is that I won't know 100% if the coroner's report and the autopsy report are accurate. We will actually never know, Higgins writes. Continuing to state, yes, we'll get the reports and pictures, but I will not ever be able to say with certainty that those reports and pictures are accurate according to my own examination of the body. Again, the FBI should have been aware or should have known that more people than just the FBI and Thomas Crook's family would want to see his body. They had already known a lot of departments were gathering to investigate what took place on July 13th, and they would want to see everything.
Yeah, that's why they cremated.
So again, it's really, really shady on the FBI's part. Higgins states that on July 23rd, the day that Crooks was cremated, both the Homeland Security Committee and the Oversight Committee had opened investigations into the attempt, while Speaker Mike Johnson had stated he was forming a congressional investigative body. Why then, by what measure, would the FBI release the body to the family for cremation? This pattern of investigative scorched earth by the FBI is quite troubling, Higgins writes. So the exact same day, both the Homeland Security Committee and the Oversight Committee had open investigations into the attempt, the FBI decided, we're just going to go ahead and get rid of the body. You can call me a conspiracy theorist all you want, but day one that I was talking about this story, I said that was not Thomas Matthew Crooks on the roof. And after reading this, if you still believe that was Thomas Matthew Crooks on the roof, then I don't.
I didn't go too deep into that. We went over that a little bit, and it made some perfect sense. This guy came up missing. This the guy that actually was in, and these two dudes. He from one city over, from the area that this took place. This guy who's missing. Now, no one can look into the theory because the body gone. So we have to take their word for that it was Thomas Matthews Crooks who did all that. Well, we didn't have to take their word for shit. We could have looked at the body. Now you have Congress people coming forward. The congressman saying, I wanted to go see the body and found out they had cremated him.
I don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to tell you. Whatever happened to the white van with the Arizona license plates? The only other time we hear about the white van that supposedly had it.
That. The first thing they said was, we seen this on the news, they found his van and they found explosives in the van. They said that the first day they found his van. We found explosives in the van. Then the next day they said he came in the car. They told you what color the car was, a white car. They told you they found the car, and they never bring up the van no more. Well, who van was this, and who explosives was it in this van?
Had explosives inside was on the body cam footage. News, media, they are not asking any questions or giving any updates about the white van. Those who are assigned to officially investigate what took place on July 13th are also sweeping the white van under the rug. Speaking after the publication of his report, Higgins stated that he will leave no stone unturned as he continues to work alongside his colleagues as part of the bipartisan group investigating the incident on July 13th. Quoted as stating, "As I have said, every question will be answered, every theory explored, and every doubt erased. The American people deserve the full truth on the attempt on President Donald Trump's life." Since he no longer has a body to work with, one would hope he would explore the white van further, as besides the body, the white van is the most important element to what took place on July 13th. Because the white van has registration, the white van has license plates to link back to a certain person. Reading this from other articles like the New York Post, it says Higgins claimed that while the body was under the Butler County Coroner's authority, the coroner would have never released Crook's body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. And he continues to say that this is absolutely unheard of. Along with revealing the disturbing fact of Crook's body, Higgins blasted the FBI for its handling of the scene, stating the law enforcement agency released the area after 3 days. The FBI cleaned up biological evidence from the scene, which is unheard of, Higgins wrote. Cops don't do that ever. Higgins said he interviewed several first responders who expressed everything from surprise to dismay to suspicion regarding the fact that the FBI released the scene so early after July 13th. It should be noted that the FBI was fully aware of the fact that Congress would be investigating July 13th. The FBI does not exist in a vacuum. They had to know that releasing the July 13th scene would injure the immediate observations of any following investigation. That also goes along with Thomas Matthew Crook's body. Of course, these other departments want to see the body to once again make sure that everything lines up with what they're being told in the autopsy. This story continues to blow my mind. There are so many rabbit holes to go down into when it comes to this story, and unfortunately, a lot of these rabbit holes lead to nowhere. They're blocked off or they go into a circle. The only thing that does make sense is that absolutely nothing makes sense. And the only time something does indeed begin to make sense is when you start to look at the narrative outside the box. When you start to look at another narrative, then everything starts to come together. But when you look at the official narrative, absolutely nothing makes sense and everybody continues to lie. Thank you so much for
connections with NATO. This is being thrown around. And of course, that's on the speculation side. But why? Why would people be questioning that all of a sudden? Well, because thanks to the New York Post last night and this bombshell report, Trump's shooter Thomas Crooks had encrypted messaging accounts in Belgium, Germany, and New Zealand. I'm just going to read directly from this piece, if you don't mind. So Trump rally gunman Thomas Matthew Crooks used encrypted messaging accounts on various.
Now we find out the encrypted messaging accounts this would-be assassin had on were in the NATO area. Somebody in the area of NATO's headquarters was in contact with this young man.
Various platforms located in Belgium, New Zealand, and Germany, according to a member of the congressional task force investigating his assassination attempt against former President Trump. Representative Michael Walz of Florida, who is an Army Special Forces veteran, and he's one of 13 lawmakers right now who's on this task force, on this bipartisan task force looking into this. He told reporters that he thinks that these overseas accounts show that, in fact, he was not acting alone. I mean,
if you go listen to how the European elite is talking, they talking about their whole world gonna come to an end if Trump is elected. I was looking at one news article today. I was so disgusted. I'm like, nigga, quit worrying about our country. But they're like, just total disaster. Trump was elected. So Now this story is starting to make a little more sense. You know, like, okay, why would somebody want to assassinate Trump? Sure, they don't want him in office.
What?
You know,
you have a sitting member of Congress saying that he believes that this means this has raised his suspicion that he likely wasn't acting alone, and certainly immediately regarding the shooter's movements, saying that these overseas accounts piqued his suspicion immediately regarding the shooter's motives. Who was he talking to? Quoting him now. Why does a 19-year-old kid who's a healthcare aide need encrypted platforms, not even based in the United States, but based abroad, where most terrorist organizations know it's harder for our law enforcement to get into, asked Waltz.
Now, Clayton, you have been a 19-year-old boy in Pennsylvania. How many encrypted overseas accounts or how many people did you communicate when you were 19 and politically interested that were in other countries such as these?
To me, you know, as a 19-year-old kid in Pennsylvania, yes, I grew up outside of Philadelphia. To me, Europe seemed like Mars, you know, like none of my friends had like a connection to Belgium, or New Zealand or Germany or NATO. I mean, no, that was
bloodlines or the German club or things like that, or foreign exchange students. Maybe one out of a whole school would go.
Now, granted, I graduated high school in 1995, so we didn't have, I had bulletin board systems where my friends and I would log in and play video games, like on our bulletin board, but it was all text based. You'd log in and make your move, and then like a day later you'd log in again. And a dial-up modem. Now, of course, you've got cell phones and all of these things. But how is a 19-year-old kid? Why would he need these?
This is highly irregular. I think we can agree.
And we also know that Crooks was shooting guns at the same training ground as the Department of Homeland Security. So that's curious. So why would he be talking? Why would he have encrypted apps that are located in, at the heart of NATO? And why would he be training at the same gun training center as Department of Homeland Security? It's all very interesting. Mike Benz.
I mean, this guy really did not want to go incognito at all. Right, walking around with ladders and training where law enforcement was.
Right, being out in broad daylight. So there was no incognito in this. He was like the anti-Batman.
Yes.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Adrian for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
He was like daylight Batman. So here's Mike Benz, cybersecurity expert, says kind of weird. A 20-year-old kid in Pennsylvania shooting guns at the same gun range used by DHS agents had an encrypted messaging account in Belgium where NATO is headquartered. Kind of weird, Mike Benz says. Congressman Waltz says the evidence has led him to believe that Crooks didn't act alone. I mean, what? Sitting member of Congress says the evidence that he's looked at on this task force says that he believes that Crooks didn't act alone.
Well, okay, this is Representative Michael Waltz from Florida, not Walz, the Democratic vice president. He does not seem to care very much. They are very incurious, the Democratic Party, about this.
There's no way a 20-year-old kid has a detonator, 3 bombs, he said, encrypted messaging platforms, based abroad, seen walking around for more than an hour beforehand and totally ignored, according to Congressman Walz. So Crooks, here he is. So this new video released over the past 48 hours shows Crooks at 4:26 p.m. before the assassination attempt. You can see him here just lollygagging around.
That's his handler right there in the black, with the black glasses on, walking in front of him. Come on, man. Y'all know that look just like an Asian type dude, man.
And as friend of the show, Dan Bongino, pointed out, where was the CSU, the counter surveillance unit, with this? Where for an hour beforehand, like they are trained to study these types of individuals who are sort of by themselves. They look totally out of place. This guy, more than anything, looks totally out of place.
Well, why do you say that?
Compared to the vendors and the other individuals that are there ahead of time setting up.
I don't know. This walk in and of itself does not raise suspicion.
Well, okay, but that's just one little snippet. And the only reason we have this video is because one of the vendors was there early setting up.
Right.
And so he was just sort of panning with his camera, and he realized later that he had this on his camera.
You don't know that this guy doesn't, have a local bee shop and is just walking back to the truck for something.
A local bee shop, maybe. Okay, I'm just saying.
The fact
I'm
that
not a counter surveillance operative.
though, I mean, think about how much they track us. That he has been in shooter training with DHS and in very suspicious. Then that should have raised the flags. That that person who's been doing that is here and walking around alone and raising flags.
So more than all of this is what happened to his body. What happened to Crooks's body? Why did the FBI burn his body? Why did they cremate his body?
Because we don't even know
the FBI secretly released
would-be
would-be Trump assassin Thomas Crooks' body to be cremated before Representative Clay Higgins could examine it. According to a preliminary investigative report that's been released, the FBI cremated his body without telling anyone 10 days after the PA rally tragedy. So they took his body, and Clay Higgins, this is from Clay Higgins. My effort to examine Crooks's body on Monday, August 5th caused quite a stir and revealed a disturbing fact. The
revolutionary salute to our brother Ricardo for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is the way of life. Appreciate the love, family. Salute.
FBI released the body for cremation 10 days after July 13th. On July 23rd, Crooks was gone. Nobody knew this until Monday, August 5th, including the county coroner, law enforcement, sheriff, etc. Yes, Butler County coroner technically had legal authority over the body, but I spoke with the coroner and he would never have released Crooks's body to the family for a cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI.
What?
What are you trying to hide? What are you trying to hide? You don't want us to know how he was killed, exactly what rounds took him out?
From which direction?
Which direction? What as part of the autopsy? I mean, it's unbelievable. And now we know from Real Clear Politics overnight, according to Susan Crabtree, Secret Service agents placed on leave after the Trump assassination attempt. So now and this is unbelievable because 3 weeks ago, according to Real Clear Politics, remember acting Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe was pushing back on this. Remember, he was like, we are not going to just randomly, place people on leave and all of this sort of stuff. And now they're on leave. Why are these individuals not fired? Why are they're just placed on administrative leave? That's like free vacation during August when everyone else is off enjoying their vacations. They get administrative leave. Administrative leave occurs when a federal employee temporarily leaves their position and work duties, either because of misconduct investigation, medical or mental health issues. They still receive pay and benefits. But those decisions, of course, are left to the agency leadership. And there seems to be this like back and forth now between the Pittsburgh, like the Butler Police Department, of course, and the Secret Service, and them throwing them back under the bus. But encrypted messaging platform in Belgium, whereas Mike Benz points out, it's very interesting that NATO is centered there. On top of that, you have all of these pieces of equipment that are found on his body from Representative Waltz, who's saying 3 bombs, detonators. Who was he working with? He now believes he was not acting alone. He's on the task force investigating this. And you have the FBI authorizing a cremation of his body, going around the investigation in order to cremate his body. To do what? To hide what? Be very interesting. Let us know what you think about this.
Yes, that is very damning. And I would like to know what his parents authorized. What did his family authorize?
Right.
Those are very strange data points.
Will we see any sort of autopsy examination? No, apparently not. We're not going to get to see that.
Right.
And I guess the task force also is not going to.
And when it comes to the JFK assassination, those were really important points. What direction did the bullet enter? Where did it come from? What was the trajectory? I guess we're not going to get that.
Calvin Johnstone in our chat says, and redacted, where was his body? Who took it? Where were the cameras? There was cameras all around there. Yeah, exactly. Who removed his body? How did they get it off the roof? Why don't we see that footage? We have the body cam footage. Who took it? Where did it go? Was it sitting in the county coroner's office for those 10 days before it was authorized to be cremated? Who did that?
Yeah.
It's stunning. I mean, but not really surprising at all. There are those, and I just want to be careful here because there are those kind of throwing around the idea that there's this Iranian plot, right? And I've been very cautious. I believe that is my personal humble opinion. That is a false flag. The idea that you're going to use Iran to get us into a large war, and using this, Roger Stone has been very outspoken against this, saying, don't believe it. Don't believe it. They're going to try to pin sort of a catalyst for World War III on Iran. They're trying to do it, so don't fall for it. And as people in our chat are pointing out, it was an inside job inside the United States government. Let us know your thoughts on this, but it's deeply troubling. All right, we got more news to get to.
That's right. We're going to talk about this.
Hey there, friends. I got a wild one for you today. A lot of stuff to talk about. The assassination attempt by Trump. Crooks, the man who allegedly pulled the trigger, had 3 encrypted accounts in 3 separate countries. This is different than the news you originally heard before, where there was an accusation about that. This is confirmed now. There's brand new video now of Crooks just dancing around rooftops all over the place in full view of everybody. And finally, Trump is finally speaking at outdoor events behind bulletproof glass. First, guys, I want to tell you about some friends of mine, X-Tech Tactical. I love these guys. They make a lot of aftermarket stuff for guns that you're probably not going to get in terms of quality with the OEM stuff that comes stock on these particular firearms. More specifically, the magazine selection that they have. They have upgraded magazines, much more durable magazines. In fact, functionally better magazines regarding springs and followers inside. You want to check these guys out. I'm a big fan of theirs. I'm a user of theirs. I'm one of their biggest customers. So check them out, X-Tech Tactical. Okay, you guys will remember that there were some allegations early on about Crooks, the attempted assassin in the Trump assassination attempt, who actually was successful in killing somebody, Corey. This guy there was an allegation out there that stated that he had offshore bank accounts. Well, you know, sometimes when you omit things, it makes it sound like you're debunking the entire thing, when in actuality, there's an ounce of truth there. You're just not giving more information. Like the FBI. The FBI immediately came out and said, oh, no, Crooks doesn't have any offshore bank accounts. You remember that? They were very specific in stating that he didn't have any offshore bank accounts. Now it's come out that he definitely had 3 offshore messaging accounts located in 3 very different countries. Headline, would-be Trump assassin had encrypted messaging accounts on platforms in 3 foreign countries, GOP representative says. The 20-year-old who attempted to assassinate former President Donald Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, used encrypted messaging accounts and platforms in multiple foreign countries. The congressman revealed that they discovered the accounts were based on platforms in Belgium, Germany, and New Zealand. To be clear, encrypted messaging apps allow for text messages to be sent through an encrypted code that can only be deciphered by the recipient's device. So the congressman asked a really good question. Why does a 19-year-old kid who is a healthcare aide, which really he was a food preparer, need encrypted platforms not even based in the United States, but based abroad, where most terrorist organizations know it is harder for our law enforcement to get into? The congressman was also very critical of FBI and Secret Service personnel, and he stated they need to be releasing information as they come across it, because this wasn't an isolated incident. The threats are continually Iran's threats. Before the assassination attempt, U.S. authorities were informed by a source that there was an Iranian plot to kill Trump. The Biden administration reportedly told the Trump campaign and Secret Service of the alleged plot, but the troubling intelligence info raised new concerns about the security breakdown at Trump's rally. Now, I have to ask you, they were rolling into the voting season. Our enemies want to eliminate Donald Trump. Our enemies are not trying to eliminate Joe Biden or Kamala Harris now. Think about that. Our enemies are okay with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris being in office, but they're so fearful of Donald Trump being in office that he's not even been voted into office yet, and they are trying to murder this man. Think about that when you pull that lever in November. Of course, the shot I've been showing you of Crooks is him walking around at the Trump rally hour or so before the actual shots rang out. Again, This guy had every possible red flag you could have. And if our FBI and the Secret Service, which they're not an intelligence agency.
Yeah, they just do. That's his handler right there in front of him, and with his glasses on. That's a CIA operative.
But if the FBI is worth its salt, they had to have seen this guy on their radar. They should not have needed all of what happened at the actual event. They had all these things that we've already talked about. People from a minute or so walk from Secret Service and FBI and DOJ in Washington, D.C. that had visited those same areas and Crooks's home and Crooks's workplace. He had encrypted accounts that were not in the United States so that he can message people. I don't know a whole lot of people that do that. I've heard people say gamers. Are you kidding me? Do you really think gamers go through the trouble? And you can enlighten me if you like, but do you really think 18, 19, 20-year-old gamers go through the trouble of finding an encrypted messaging app in Germany, Belgium, and New Zealand? For real? I mean, I'm expected to believe that. I'm expected to believe that without a red flag being raised? Really? This guy trained at a place 43 times in the last year at a gun range. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're wanting to piece things together, freaking piece them together, right? If you're putting a puzzle together, the only thing missing right now are the corners. And then we have this. Now we have new footage of a body cam from some guy. I don't know if he was taking a leak or what, but back behind the wooded area, just outside of where that water tower was. And it appears to be to the, let me get this right, to the east of the AGR building, right? He comes walking up through this field here. And as he's doing so, I want you to see this. Here is our superstar of the day, Crooks. Just a dancing and a waltzing and a break dancing and skipping and running all over a relatively flat but super dangerously sloped rooftop, according to the Secret Service, as if he has not a care in the world. He's not exactly going about his business as a guy, one, trying to evade all these top-notch, super-duper secret guys who are super well trained with the federal government on spotting and eliminating threats. Doesn't seem real worried about that. Seems like he really doesn't care, and he seems like their presence is not really a bother to him, almost like he does not feel threatened by anybody because he doesn't think possibly that he's doing anything wrong. But can you believe how open this guy is just bouncing around on this rooftop? This latest video blew my mind. I cannot believe how wide open this guy is. This is just from one angle. You know there are people from other angles who saw this. In fact, people on buildings behind Trump with counter sniper rifles had to have seen this. I realize there was one tree in the way, but come on, man. This guy's not even trying to conceal himself. He's standing straight up and jumping and just frolicking about the rooftops like he's just there hanging out, chilling, and waiting on the party to start. I was speaking to a congressman's office earlier today. I'm trying to line up a congressman to come on my show so we can talk a little bit more about this because they are creating too many questions. And his representative, the congressman's representative and myself were talking, and we have similar views about what's going on here. We also have very similar views on what's not being told to us. They have information, right? They keep saying that there's an investigation. Why? I understand you're investigating what's happened, but why are you hiding it? There's no court reason to have an investigation and hide information from us, right? Unless there's somebody else. Remember, we've been told this is a lone gunman. So I get that you're investigating. Great. High five to you. Let us see the information. You claim you got the lone gunman. So this information does not need to be protected. There's no reason to keep it from the public, right? Nobody's going to court over this unless somebody else is going to court over this. You tell me. These guys are creating the gray areas. These guys are creating the question marks. whenever they purposely withhold information and give a nugget of information that makes you go, well, that just makes me ask more questions. We sit back scratching our heads going, you guys are making this out to be more than what it is, possibly. If it's as simple as a lone gunman just happened to wander up here and this happened, then lay it out. Tell us what happened. Tell us how it happened. Explain everything to us. But you're not doing that. There's holes in this story, just like the holes in the security. There is no connecting dots right now. Right now, it's essentially dots scattered all over a page, and you've connected a couple that you think are keeping people at bay and keeping them from asking questions. But you're doing nothing more than having people distrust government even more. Did you think that was even possible? I didn't. I thought conservative people, especially firearms-minded people, had zero trust in the federal government. I know I've got none. But you're actually making people who have never questioned the government question the government right now and doubt the government and fear and feel like the government is lying to them. You people have to start answering some questions and answer them wholly, not little pieces of the answers that you think are good enough for the general public to know. Put it out there. Congress is actually doing a full-blown investigation right now. I think it's 13 congressmen who are on this panel. Do you have any real confidence in that? I don't. They're going to get pages upon pages of redacted stuff from the FBI and the Secret Service because there's an investigation. Really? We as the general public deserve to know the truth, and I'm tired of being lied to. I'm tired of things being leaked out that don't make sense. And then everybody just acts like, that's normal. No, it's not normal. Please don't sit here and tell me that it's normal for a 20-year-old who, by the way, was planning an assassination attempt with Trump. Let's not forget that. Before anybody sits here and says, oh, it's perfectly normal for a 20-year-old to have offshore accounts that are encrypted for messaging services. Really? How many of them were planning to kill the president or the former president, right? Those are dots that you can connect, stupid. Connect them. I get that somebody might have an encrypted messaging account, but they're not also going out there and practicing. By the way, at the same place that DHS practices at a gun range and all these other wild coincidences that you seem just go, that seems perfectly normal. All of these things together are not normal. One at a time with various people being associated might be normal. It might be normal for somebody to have one encrypted account to talk to their homies in Belgium, but not Belgium, Germany, and New Zealand. Come on, man. And all these other things that are tied to him, right? So let's get real about this. Let's quit trying to act like, oh, that seems normal. Not whenever you take this laundry list of items that all fall into this category and aim at this one person. Not normal. Sorry, not going to believe it. In closing, Trump is finally having outdoor rallies again where he is using bulletproof glass. Kudos for that decision. I think that needed to be made. I do not think that the assassination attempts against former President Donald Trump are over. I do think somebody will try it again. I think it could be food. It could be guns. It could be bombs. It could be anything out there. I think his security detail should be 100% private right now. I do not think the federal government, including the Secret Service, FBI, or anybody else, should be involved in any way of Donald Trump's detail right now. I believe that they should get information, maybe where he's going, about half an hour before he gets there. Maybe. And maybe not even tell him that, because I don't trust him right now. And Donald Trump has the money to get his own very effective security detail. And I suggest he does that between now and election.
Michelle Obama really just said that the Democratic Party does not need to cheat to get ahead or change the rules so they could win. In yesterday's speech at the Democratic National Convention, Michelle Obama was giving a speech describing the values of not only the Democratic Party, but Kamala Harris herself, trying to give a contrast of them and the Republican Party. Now, in this speech, she actually said that the Democrats don't have to cheat or change the rules so that they could win. And obviously that sounded a little bit strange to me. So I had to go do some fact check. As early as this year, both Democrats and Republicans decided to change the first debate to before the conventions. And then, just so RFK Jr. couldn't gain a spot because he met all the polling and constitutional requirements, they changed the rules again to make it so that you had to be able to prove that you're on the ballot and can win 270 electoral votes. There has quite literally never been a debate that happened before a convention, ever. And both Jill Stein and RFK Jr. were in the middle and are in the middle of suing multiple states because the Democrats are trying to keep them off the ballots. So they couldn't prove that they could make 270 electoral votes and therefore couldn't make the debate stages. Or there's that time in 2020 where Tulsi Gabbard was one of only 3 Democratic primary candidates left, earned a spot on the debate stage, and then the Democratic National Committee changed the rules at the last minute without really giving a reason as to why. But everybody paying attention at that time knows that Tulsi had legitimate criticisms of both Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, and they didn't want those criticisms being aired out with just 3 candidates on stage for the entire country to see. And then there is the infamous 2016 Democratic primary election, where there was cheating so egregious by the Democratic Party. Tulsi Gabbard dropped from her vice chairmanship for the party to endorse Bernie because of how bad it was. And then the entire party, after denying cheating, eventually had to admit that they were cheating and do a damn unity tour with Bernie Sanders in order to try to win his voters back. And in 2016, they didn't necessarily change the rules in order to cheat, but they damn sure went into court during the DNC fraud lawsuit and argue, we don't gotta change the rules because we don't have to follow the rules. And we can cheat whoever the hell we want to, whenever we damn well want to, because it's our party and y'all can't do anything about it. We can even go back as far as the 1944 coup against the vice president of FDR, Henry Wallace, where the Democratic Party decided to literally rig the Democratic National Convention in the middle of the night and replace the current VP with none other than Henry S. Truman. And we all know what the hell happened after that. Literally every problem we have in the US can damn near be traced back to that one decision. A decision made, by the way, by the Democrats and upheld by the Democrats. Hell, we can literally fast forward back to 2023 where the Democrats literally changed the rules so that no one could win New Hampshire except for Joe Biden, or really nobody, because they didn't want Joe Biden to actually have to compete in a primary and be vulnerable. Hell, New Hampshire's primary was considered meaningless by their attorney general. And many New Hampshire legislators said that the way that the Democrats handled the New Hampshire primary and the Democratic primary in general violated their constitution. Now, that was part of a larger effort by the DNC Rules Making Committee to move Iowa's caucus from being the first election of the Democratic primary. So New Hampshire got punished and Iowa got punished. And if you had the audacity to try to run and win delegates in those states, they would have taken them from you as a candidate and punished you too. But the insane amount of irony it takes, guys, to make this statement about the values of the Democratic Party, but to specifically say that Kamala Harris doesn't have the luxury of falling or failing up and cheating and changing the rules. The same Kamala Harris, ladies and gentlemen, who lost last election, somehow failed up to the vice presidency, okay? Then Joe Biden ran a primary for her. She didn't win a single vote in that primary, and now she's about to be the Democratic nominee with a chance to sit in the Oval Office again. That's not ironic. Kamala Harris is quite literally the worst example you could use to describe those values. It's the gaslighting for me, bro. It's the constant gaslighting for me. It never ends.
the rise of a black woman. Any black man that has an issue with a black woman rising, then they have to look at their own inadequacy. What would make you so fearful of someone who was so beloved of you, who was so beloving to you, like your mother and your grandmother, and your aunts and your sisters, that you cannot be proud and embolden yourself when you see someone from your community rise up? And I say to those black men who have an issue politically, you have every right to say, what have you done for me? And I'll give you the laundry list. The community banking system and legislation from the 90s, the $2 billion that the Biden-Harris administration just gave to black farmers, the empowerment zones.
They didn't give that to black farmers. That's a settlement. You tap dancer. That wasn't a gift.
Damn shoe shiner.
That is from decades of discrimination by the federal government. And it should be a lot more than $2 billion. How dare you? How dare you, Window Pierce? Open your mouth to say we should be grateful that black farmers get some type of recompense as settlement for being shut out by the U.S. government. The USDA purposely omitted black farmers, gave them less collateral, gave them less support, overlooked them while funding and supporting white farmers for decades. This is a lawsuit, Window Pierce. This isn't a handout. This isn't a hookup. See, the problem that we have is we have celebrities like Window Pierce who cherry pick, who are on the side of the elites because they are the elites. Window Pierce, you ain't Mr. Mill in 40 years. You ain't Mr. Mill in 30 years at least. Why can't you just act on the wire, bro? Why you got to come out and act like you have an inkling of understanding of what's going on? Those black farmers should not have had to have a lawsuit, Window. They don't need a settlement. They needed their government to treat them with respect and treat them like human beings and citizens of this country. That's what we needed them to do. That would be far better than a settlement 2-3 decades later, Window Pierce. And how dare you? I mean, how dare you stand in front of black people and tell us, hold on, brother to brother, Window, how dare you sit up here, bro, and tell black men that we are deficient, that we are maladjusted if we do not endorse, support, or vote for a black woman for the highest office in the land, if we have no belief system based on that person, based on their actions, that they have our best interest. I sat and watched Kamala Harris give her speech when she wrote out her economic plan, and I heard a lot of words come out of Kamala Harris's mouth. A lot of words salad, not a lot of words, and some lofty words as well. But you know what word I did not hear out of Wendell that you have no problem saying here in this clip? Black. She didn't utter the word black out of her mouth not one time.
I'm mad they want to talk black.
But you think that you coming up here shaming black men, you ungrateful, pudgy bastard. We supported you, bunk. Black men watch you. Black women weren't watching The Wire like black men did. We put you on the map, man. And you repay us by telling us we don't love our women? Nah, you got it wrong. You got it twisted, bro. It's the opposite. See, I love my black women so much because I'm raising black women. You understand what I'm saying? Those are my children, okay? And I want to make sure that they get policies that make their lives better. That's symbolism, Wendell. See, when you are doing well in Hollywood and you are insulated from poverty, the crime, the hopelessness, okay? When you are insulated from that, maybe you forget that the rest of us are not living like you, sir. We cannot just rely on symbols and say, you can do it, baby. You can do it. We need things to actually be better in the real world, in reality, that you can touch and feel. Not figuratively, not metaphorically. It's great that you can act. It's great that you can do Shakespearean actor. It's great that you can enunciate and project your voice. But you know what? It is not great when you use those gifts, when you use that ability to dump on black men, to dump on us, to shame us. You should be telling us how electing her is going to benefit us, instead of telling us how we are somehow failing her. And for you to suggest, for you to state that we got a problem? Nah, dog, if I don't buy from your stores because you don't got nothing in that store that meets my criteria. Black people should have the same ability to be just as discerning. Just as you should have to sell to us like you have to sell to anybody else. Your sales pitch should not be pick me or else. Pick me or you ain't nothing. Pick me or you hate your mother. Pick me or you ain't a man. Folks, this is I'm gonna bring it down a notch. You know what I'm saying? Because this is only video number 1. I'm sorry, video number 2. We just getting started, you know what I'm saying? We just getting started. I can't start on 10. If I start on 10, where's there to go, Tim Black? Wendell Pierce, you're not converting anyone. How about that? How about we put it this way? Wendell Pierce, this speech you gave, this thing you doing with a smiling Joy Reid, you will convert no one. No one. You're not helping Kamala by doing this. You're hurting her. Because when black men feel slighted, a weird thing happens. We don't do what you want us to do. Let's take it a little bit further. Ladies and gentlemen, Spike Lee.
At the Democratic convention, what does it mean for you to be here to see Vice President Harris as the Democratic nominee?
I wanted to be here. This is not history. This is her story. She's going to be the first woman to be president of this United States of America.
Why? Spike Lee, why should she be? Why? Spike, why should she be? Why? It's a simple question. I would ask Wendell, but I'm asking you, why should she be? What is it about Kamala Harris that makes her the person we should vote for? If she was a white woman, would you be saying this? If Kamala Harris was a white woman, whatever you're about to say, would you still be saying it?
Blended family, the whole Howard University, HU, so this is a amazing moment in the history of these United States and America. And we got to go forward, not backwards. We got to go forward. We got to advance. To bring equity around this nation where we will lead the world. So
you just pulling shit out your ass. You don't know what you're talking about, Spike. You got some talking points. Someone gave you talking points. And you're using them right now.
You know what? These people just like
stop remembering what they told you. Stop remembering what you heard some goofball say on CNN or MSNBC, and speak from your heart about why this is the one. This is the person of all the great women who have stood up and got their asses kicked fighting for justice beside black men throughout the history in this country of black Americans, why is it Kamala? Let's see if he gives us an answer. If he gives us an answer, I'll respect it. If he gives us an actual, tangible answer from here, somewhere here, instead of something he memorized. Let's go, Spike.
You know, I travel a lot of times outside the United States, and when this guy was president, people, total strangers, would pull me and say, "What the hell is going on?"
Donald Trump.
Yes. I try not to say his name, but people
used to be your buddy, though.
You know why they said that, Spike Lee? You know why they said that, Spike? Spike, they said it, Spike, because MSNBC, CNN, CBS, ABC, every news organization, every liberal corporate media news organization was putting out constant negative fodder about Trump. That's why. On paper, for policy, he was pretty much just a regular Republican. Nothing earth-shattering. But when you have a media that's constantly bombarding the media's landscape, constantly bombarding the airwaves, constantly bombarding radio, print, all forms of communication with negative publicity for 8 years, since 2015, about one guy. Yeah. They're wondering what the hell is going on, Spike. You should be smart enough to deduce that. Media make you believe whatever it wants you to believe.
Trying to keep money flowing.
But if you look at his policies, I'm not saying I was excited about them, but pretty much they weren't crazy. They were just kind of run-of-the-mill policies. Run-of-the-mill policies for a Republican or for a Democrat, really. I mean, come on, guys. Clinton's policies were shit. I know he was your buddy. You liked him because he could play the sax. You were one of the choir. You were one of the choir for Clinton. Let's see if Spike says something, because, unlike Wendell Pierce, who's that a complete tool for the Democrats, I thought maybe Spike would say something of importance. Something redeemable.
Total strangers on planes just walking around all over the world saying, "What is wrong with America? How did that guy get elected?" So those 4 years where the world was looking at us like with the side eye, like WTF. And we know what that means.
Yeah, you've been drinking.
You know what? What's funny, guys, is that
before he came in there.
America is in this position right now where everybody says America needs repair. We need to do this. We need to do that. The Democratic Party in the last 16 years, the Democratic Party have had the White House for 12 of those years. For 12 years out of the last 16 years. That's 2004, 2006, 2008. Since 2008, Obama. Since 2008, say for 4 years, it's been run by Democrats in the White House.
Yeah, they scammed.
Why isn't America much better off?
They've been in power all this time.
You mean to tell me that 12 years, 4 years of Trump destroyed 12 years of prosperity with the Democrats? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're selling us? But see, Spike, you don't know anything about this. You haven't even done that simple equation. That's a very basic equation. And I'm asking you very common sense, like basic stuff.
All the bougie nations.
If the Democratic Party's done so much for Black America, what should be your primary focus? Because Spike, ain't a lot of white folks rushing out to see she's got to have it. Okay? Or the Bloods. Okay? It would make sense for you not to dump on Black folks, because this ain't 2008. Black people are waking up in mass to the BS of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. You are alienating people that potentially would go see your films.
Nah, we done
But
with all
what
this
I'm asking, what I'm posing to is a basic question, man. It's a basic premise, bro. The last 16 years, it has been Democrats in office, except for 4 years. It's a Democrat in office right now.
9 intelligent 10. They Greeks.
What did Trump do to destroy America in 4 years that could not have been repaired or mitigated by the other 12 years of a Democrat? See, I see it this way. This is how I see it. Ain't a whole lot of difference between Democrats and Republicans. It's a whole lot of difference in the narratives. It's a whole lot of difference in the propaganda. It's a whole lot of difference when you talking heads, you and Wendell Pierce and the rest of y'all coming out having something to say. But based on policy and what gets really done, the tax breaks, the investments, the funding of wars, the sending money out to other countries, that's pretty much a bipartisan or a nonpartisan effort. Both parties take part of all of that. The only thing different is the way that the New York Times writes about it or the Washington Post writes about it, the way NPR just explains it, the way MSNBC tables it, the round tables that CNN conducts. Ain't a whole lot of difference on the meat. Y'all still make the sausage pretty much the same way. They don't live in the real world with regular people. They don't need their politics to work for them. They don't need the Democratic Party to do anything for them. To them, it's like just choosing what to watch, to stream. It's no big deal. They just rather see Kamala streamed than Trump. That's it. That's all. It's really no difference to them. They're going to live in the same house they were going to live in, regardless of who gets elected. They're not worried about, are the schools going to be better? They're not worried about, wow, black people don't own anything. Wow, we're sending all this money to Israel, all this money to Ukraine. They're not worried about that. What about money to my town? What about what's going on in my community? See, that's the last thing these guys are worried about. So they get to be cavalier and don't give a damn and talk about all other types of stuff and be worried about where they're going to party at, what shoes to wear to the next event, who going to be buying liquor, where the tailgate party at. Like, they're worried about things that they're not concerned with. See, some people need politics to work in the right way for them, and some people are insulated by money. The last thing you want to do is listen to people that are insulated by money tell you what you need to focus on, because their focus does not align with yours at all. They are good, okay?
Their job over at CNN. You know, when you tell the truth over there, things get a little rocky. If anything, they just got put on blast.
Tonight said anything. Nobody tonight said a damn thing. They want you to vote for a ticket based on absolutely no concrete idea about what they would do once they get in office. You said he got more progressive when he got elected governor. So you're saying every time he gets another office, he gets more and more progressive. I think that's exactly what would happen. Tonight, you did hear people say, well, we may not agree with them on everything, but at least it'll be joyful as they tax us into oblivion. I think the idea that you could run an entire presidential campaign based on the idea of vote for me to find out what's in it.
Wait a minute,
Scott, terrify every American.
All they are running on is imagination. They want you to imagine the things that they're going to do for you. when they want you to imagine them not actually being, well, Kamala at least, not actually being in position currently to invoke some of the changes that she's trying to campaign on. As far as Tim Walz watching the DNC last night, I don't really have any clips that I want to review here. He had some moments there where he touched on. He had some hard moment, touching moments. But outside of that, it was no real merit, no policy, no plan, none of that. All of it is just the whole DNC is just aimed to say that Trump is not good for this country. Basically, that's what the whole DNC is. Every person that goes up there is Trump this, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that. But I like Scott up here, Scott Jennings, how he came up here and just told them the flat out truth. You had your boy Van Jones right at the end, like, hey, hold up, wait a minute, wait a minute. We even got CNN's Dana Bash. She just said that Kamala Harris' campaign is tailoring its message to appeal to low testosterone men. Ouch.
But they are doing so in trying to put forward male figures, Tim Walz being one of them, Doug Emhoff last night, who can speak to men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy who wants to listen to Hulk Hogan and the kind of players that came out of the RNC, or might want to listen to that, but also, in addition, understand that it's okay in 2024 to be a man comfortable in his own skin who supports a woman. And that's something that they really are trying to work on with male voters beyond the base.
Abby, we were talking.
I'm just saying. They was giving out free vasectomies, and apparently some vasectomies was had. I'm just saying, who they appealed to. She quite literally said it. I'm not saying that I prefer the image that she portrayed, but I definitely prefer that over somebody that's going to be a crying victim all the time. That's not me. Let's read a few of these comments. Unbelievable. I support women. I have daughters, and I do not want them competing against men in sports or getting or inappropriate. I'm gonna just say there were things going on in the locker room by a man that claims he's a woman. Things are disgusting and pathetic for sure. And to also imply that somehow you don't care, the right doesn't care about women, that's just completely false, man. Come on now. If anything, the left only cares about one particular woman of color. Protect this woman and at all costs. And I always advocate to say, hey, we need to protect all women. Anyhow, moving on. Chris Cuomo. Y'all, we just looking at these meltdowns right here. Chris Cuomo called out the hypocrisy at the DNC. Let's go and check this out.
A big theme here at the DNC is that they're going to go after corporate gouging, and they're going to go after corporations, whether it's in taxes, largesse, loopholes. The RNC, we heard the same thing. They're going after the elites, the two sets of rules. Let me reveal a reality to you that has to be spoken to here, okay? These are the soldiers. These are the men and the women that go back to their constituencies and their communities, and they fight. They take time from their jobs. They take time from their families. Republicans and Democrats alike, that's what they do. They need to charge these people up. They need to be able to get them on board. But there's another reality that is literally looking down on them. Greg, look at the ring of sweets, okay? This is not unique to Democrats. There is a game of money. When people talk about uniparty, we are strangled by the money reality in our politics. Those suites start at 500 grand. You think there's like a teacher group up in there? You think it's like the Cub Scouts of Columbia County, South Carolina, that's up in those boxes? Some of them are lobbies and good things. The media boxes, you think they're free? Why do you think I'm on the floor?
You got fired from CNN and you work for Newsmax now. That's why you pissed at everybody who is CNN up there living a good life. Now you want to act like you for the little guy. No, you are a little guy now.
Nation is not a broke company. Nexstar is a massive organization. We are corporate media. We don't have one of those boxes because that's the game. You pay to play. Those boxes are filled with the same people that they say they're going to regulate. They are literally looking down on the faithful and being told Yeah, we're going to break down on them. We're going to make them pay their share. They paid
I know y'all love that. He pissed. See, he hating on the big news companies like CNN, who used to work for it till they kicked your ass out. Now you're at News Nation, who you on the floor, you winding up. They don't care about y'all. You didn't give a damn about us neither. Now you got down there Newsmax. You know better than a YouTube channel. You know better than Gulffish TV News Network now.
500, 700, $1 million, $1.5 million to have those seats. They get hotel suites that are probably gifted to the party. And the same thing is true with the Republican side. And they're going to take them down. They're going to change how it is. They are looking down from on high at the people who make the difference in their communities. And that is the reality of politics.
He ain't never had to look at. He ain't never had to be down there. He always was a big dog up there prime time. He pissed. You don't give a damn about us. Yeah, you just mad your bosses couldn't get you up there no more. Hell no, Chris. You ain't making that type of money on YouTube, Chris. You ain't bringing in no revenue to be getting no $500,000 suite. Are you crazy? So you better sit down there. You gotta get in. You gotta get in where you fit in down there with everybody else. YouTube channels. You just a fucking content creator, Chris. Now you pissed. Now you want to tell American people what's really going on, right?
Producer walk around and show you those suites. Now they're not all the same. They're not all the same. But the reality is, in 2000, they spent $300 million on presidential campaigns. 24 years later, you know what they're expected to spend? $10 billion. Do you know how much money Harris has raised in the last couple of weeks? Hundreds of millions. And that's success. A lot of it's small donor. A lot of it isn't. The most dangerous money in politics is now legal money because of Citizens United. You've got to know this. The idea that they can fight against it is almost laughable. It's almost laughable. So look and listen when you are told these things. Because I don't care what they promise you. Not here tonight, not at the RNC, not that Trump knows them, not that they don't own them. He did one of the biggest fundraisers I've ever heard of in my life out where I live. Millions of dollars a plate. That's the reality of politics.
Somebody said something in the comments that was like dead on for Chris Cuomo. If you know Chris Cuomo, Christopher C. Cuomo. Anyhow, it said, bro ain't ever in his career spoke so many facts. He's cooking. What the oh gosh. I'm sitting here like, dang, bro.
Yeah. Now that he in the nosebleeds, now he can tell some truth. He ain't said shit when he was part of CNN, living that good, sweet life. He was a sweet life player. Big old penthouse suites looking down. Now they're looking down on y'all. Oh, you telling us how you feel. Chris, how you know they looking down? How you know what they doing? You telling us when you, that's he confessed his sins. When you were in the suites, Chris, you look down on them. Now you down there a YouTube channel. You down there a YouTube channel. Now, this is how they play. You got to understand. They don't give a damn about you. Go ahead, confess.
Is he just mad that he ain't get a box, or is he genuinely like, yo, you know, because obviously he's the worst of the worst, and it could come off as bitter. He could be a little bit over there sitting over there like, you know what, they ain't let me in the club, man. You know what I'm saying? They over here paying whoop de whoop and wop de wop.
I'm Chris Cuomo. They don't give a damn. You got to pay to play. You ain't paid your membership. It's $500,000 this year, nigga. It's jumping. First black president. You got to pay to be up there, Chris. You know what's crazy? Ain't no white privileges. Ain't no white privilege in there today, boy. I'm white. You got $500,000. You got the right money to get up there, then, white man. You ain't got that. Get on there with the YouTube content. That nigga down there with YouTube content creators, man.
But he could be getting red pilled. We don't know. I think I don't know, man. I feel like Don Lemon is gonna be red pilled for some reason. Like he has no other way to go right now. I know that sounds, I'm not trying to make it seem like becoming a conservative or more right-leaning is trendy and nothing like that, but in today's climate, finding it's not trendy, it's just
they got Charlamagne the God up there in the suite. They got this fool down there. He hot.
common sense. Like anyhow, him taking to the streets recently and getting bombarded with Trump praise, I think his common sense gonna start to lock in because he's starting to interact with more and more people on the floor. Outside of the media realm, legacy media realm. Now, Chris Cuomo, I'm just saying, I'm just saying he could be on that same path right now. Like, I'm tired of y'all doing me like that, bro. We finna, you know what I'm saying? Somebody said, well, he certainly would know. Kudos to Chris for telling the truth. Somebody said, first time I ever agreed with him. Democrats are complete hypocrites. Yeah, I mean, we all know he paid off and used cigars. I don't know what that is. First time this clown has ever told the truth, but the lies about impeachment, Russia, etc. he's told over the years makes his legitimate message ring hollow. Somebody said, did he swallow the red pill? Even he can't handle his disdain. Good for him, somebody else said. And in addition to all this, Kamala Harris wasn't even there. Yes, she wasn't even there, y'all. She was watching in the hotel room, you know what I mean? Probably trying to figure out what she want to identify as that day, trying to pick out her ethnic background for the day in the closet, just chilling. Watching.
But as you know, the vice president was not in the arena tonight to watch her running mate, Tim Walz, give his big speech. She was watching from her hotel room here in downtown Chicago.
You know, one thing I can admire about Donald Trump is he will go into the room where nobody likes him. You know, like the journalist convention where he obviously... he was walking into the lion's den, but he walks there and his message gets misconstrued, chopped up, but he's there to have civil discourse, to try to push the conversation forward, not to spread hate, anything of that nature. But at the DNC, that's all I seen was hatred being spread. And this woman right here, man, she blasts the entire Democrat Party and the DNC for the hatred that they spewed last night. Let's check it out.
I had to come back on here today and talk about what's going on in the United States. After watching the Democrat National Convention last night, and after seeing their whole convention based on hatred, what they're doing is they're trying to program their people to hate the other Americans. As I said, I've always grown up with two political parties, main political parties in this country. I have never seen where they hated each other. And I have seen several presidential elections, but this level of hatred is not coincidental. Okay, I want you to understand that. That is planned hatred. If you notice, if you look at Joe Biden's speech last night and how angry he was, I was like, if you haven't talked to the American people with all of the things that are going on in this world, the last thing you should do is come up and yell at people and preach hatred. If you looked at Hillary Clinton, if you looked at Steve Kerr, you looked at all of the other people that spoke last night, they were preaching hatred. And the reason that that's so important to you is they were preaching hatred against Americans and against the USA. You understand that? That was not coincidental. I say now, after asking for the last month, that their party platform is hatred. It is to divide and to conquer. And the reason that's so important is I also read from Bricks News that President Biden had said for Americans to be prepared for nuclear conflicts with Russia, China, and North Korea. Now, I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound like a battle that anyone should want to be in, because that's assuming that we're the top dogs. And right now, we really aren't. And so I would be extremely concerned about that. And I would be concerned at how is my family going to survive this? A few years ago, and we have to admit, the United States was consumed by an evil power, a power that does not have our country's best interests at heart. If they did, we would not have open borders. The purpose of open borders is to change a culture. It is to change people who are accustomed to living together. On my street, right across the street from me, are two white men that are gay, and then next door to me is a black man. The next door on the other side of me is a Hispanic family. We live in harmony and have lived in harmony for 10 years, and we don't care about whatever. And you know what? I don't even know what political party they belong to, but we have lived in harmony. That's the way we are in America. So when you bring people from countries who have already been here for the first month they come here and they say they hate us and they hate our country, then what happens to our country? Then our country starts falling apart. This destruction of the United States is planned. It is intentional. So I want you to do something, and we need to talk about it. The most important thing that you can do is share information with your families. And I'm going to tell you, Robert F. Kennedy has some great information. You can go to YouTube or even on here. I don't know how long his videos are on here. Go to YouTube or go to X and just search for him. He has some great information on what's happening in the world. You need to know, and you need to know who your enemy is. My enemy is not my neighbor, the white guy that's homosexual across the street from me, or the Hispanic people that live next door to me, or the white people that live 2 doors down from me. Those are not my enemies. You must recognize who your enemies are. Your enemy right now, we're in a battle between good and evil. Good are the people that have been a part of our country, who came here however we got here, and we live in harmony. Evil are the people who want to destroy all of that. Understand that. So again, my message to the Democrats is that you are preaching hatred, and we know it. We know what you're doing. We know that you're preaching hatred, and we know and recognize that that's your party's platform.
Man, I just wish the whole world can see what she sees, because, boy, she's right on target, yo. I think that we're in a time now where the divide is growing wider and wider and wider and wider. And I would like to believe that I'm someone who's trying to help remove that, who's trying to prevent that from continuing to grow. But we live in a society today where, man, we got to stay prayed up, because it's really good versus evil, as she put it. It's really like that.
You know, as a pastor, as a person of faith, I take great offense with the way in which he is weaponizing the symbols of our great country and also the symbols of the faith towards this kind of hate. And we've seen this kind of thing historically. And listen, we're the United States of America. I think there are enough decent people. We will push past this awful chapter of hate and division and Trumpism. But I have to say that the Christian church is going to have to come to terms with the fact that there is no full accounting for this phenomenon of Trumpism without reference to the church.
Man, a scam.
And we got to come to terms with that. My faith is not a weapon, it's a bridge. And that's the way Dr. King used his faith. That's the way Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel used his faith, who said when he marched alongside Dr. King, he felt like his legs were praying. And I was trying to call us back to that moral tradition that evinces certain values that I think are resonant in all of the great faith traditions.
I mean, had the big IUD in the middle of the DNC convention. We have Christians who are really, rallying for the Democrat Party. How does this jive? Not even about the IUD, they're giving out free vasectomies and abortion pills. This is the driving force for the Democrat Party. How does this jive with evangelicals, Muslims, Christians?
They think that they're smarter than God. I mean, honestly, it's like the Democrat Party, they have positioned themselves in the way that they know more than God himself.
It's tragic. And I think a lot of the young men who may take advantage of the free vasectomy, they're going to wake up after the religious fervor has worn off, having made a permanent decision at a political function, no less. And they're going to have a lot of regret. So I mentioned last week on the program that the left they're really anti-religion, and that's not unique to the American left. That's just leftist everywhere.
Mhm.
But they set up little demigods. This birth control thing is one of them. And of course, the demigods like birth control, climate change, all sit beneath the chief god, which is the government. So religious fervor, definitely, that's acting on these people and getting them to make permanent decisions at a political convention. It's just really strange.
Anything that is free or labeled as free, it will draw a lot of people. And unfortunately, many of those people happen to be Black people like you and I are. So you hear the word free, it's like Pavlov's dog. Free, free, free. And that's all that matters, even sucking your children down a sink.
If they're running on this abortion, vasectomies, and racism. So that's really, they don't have anything else that they're really talking about. They're not talking about foreign policy. They're talking about some economic policies that really are not going to be good for America, but primarily, whenever you ask Kamala about anything, she just goes back to abortions and racism. That's really all that she has to say.
Yeah.
So and separating people by race, that's just a Marxist tactic.
Yeah. Well,
And
we've actually been
Democrats have
paying
been doing
for
that forever.
We've been paying for years because our Congress has various caucuses by ethnicity or whatever demographic group you want to call it. We've been paying for it from taxpayers, mandated, if you will, for paying for Congress. The same thing happens. But let me say this, and this might be, I don't know, sound harsh, but I don't really give a damn. Quite frankly, I'm actually glad that these people have an IUD that they don't want to reproduce. I'm not talking about using abortion as a form of birth control. I'm talking about that they don't want to reproduce. I'm okay with that if they don't want to, because I don't want their little spawns being taught and trained by their local loony parents to come up and still, perpetuate this communist Marxist ideology in America. So I'm okay if they don't want to reproduce. I'm totally okay with that.
In the you should see how on the front page of the Democratic National Convention, they have something called a land acknowledgement. Take a look at this. I have it here. So this is the front page. It says the Democratic National Convention Committee wishes to acknowledge that we gather together to state our values on lands that have been stewarded through many centuries by ancestors and descendants of tribal nations who have been here since time immemorial. We honor the communities native to this continent and recognize that our country was built on indigenous homelands. We pay our respects to the millions of indigenous people throughout history who have protected our lands, waters, and animals. And it goes on. Is this necessary, Shelley?
For them it is, for what they want to put forth and the ideology that they want. Look, they're on American soil. Every country and every state, if you will, not state, United States, but states around the world have been built on prior empires, prior countries. Hell, go over to the Middle East, the Persian Gulf. The Persian countries. They are built on top of each other to no end, if you will. These people want something different than America, than the United States of America. And they have zero, like the goose eggs on Kamala's page, they have zero qualms about stating what they want. The Republicans, we're the ones who have qualms about it. We're the ones who cower and don't want to offend people. We're the ones who do that, while they go around spewing their basically almost, I'm going to say their evil ideologies to transform the United States of America. They are totally unashamed about it.
First, let me just say, I strongly believe and take very seriously that we must acknowledge that the government of the United States took land from the tribes, and that there must be a restoration of that ownership for those lands that were possessed by the tribes. So that is a value I hold very dearly and very.
So it's funny that she would be okay serving as a senator and then presidential candidate for the same nation that she says is, has committed all of these atrocities. So she's a part of that machine. And I always tell people, look, if you want to complain about the lands that were stolen, I was having this conversation with a woman quite some time ago, and she was fervent. Okay, we need to give land back. I say, hey, you own a house? Go get your deed and just find a Native American and start with you. Okay. And I didn't hear any more from her. So look, the Democrats, they've got their headquarters down on South Capitol Street. It's a start. Just deed. It's got to be worth a lot of money. It's in DC. Deed it over to an indigenous tribe that was local to the area, back when you Democrats stole it in the first place. Start with you.
Right. Right. Exactly.
When they have this type of convention, with what you said with the abortions and the vasectomies, to me, it seems like some kind of cult festival, with like sacrifice. So that's really, they came there to sacrifice their babies and to participate in this debauchery. That's really what they're all about.
Remember, I forget which DNC it was. It was who was running, and they actually debated whether or not they should add Christ or the Christian God somewhere in their platform, and they refused to do it. They had a vote, and 3 times, which was auspicious, they basically denied him thrice. Okay, they said no. Okay, so they've been on this godless kick for quite some time, overtly. All right,
Obama conventions. When
I think you're right. Yeah. So they just amp it up more and more. I guess at 2028 they'll just go ahead and have a flaming statue of Baal, and just say this is who we are.
Yep.
Yeah, well, they'll probably be able to at that point. I mean, people don't seem to be rejecting this like you would think they would. And I don't see as many people as you would think, especially so-called Christians, so-called faith-based people. You would think they would have had enough. I'm not even say vote for Trump. Like I said, if you are a Democrat and you're sitting there watching all of this and you saying, man, this is crazy, I can't vote for this, I wouldn't even say vote for Trump, but I definitely wouldn't say support this woman and this party.
I mean, I can say why this is happening in the Christian community from my perspective. I think it's because of this idea that Christians now have that there shouldn't be any judgment. So, I've been hearing it since I came to this country. Oh,
right. That's part of it, Yon. I agree.
Don't judge. Christ didn't judge, or Christ is love. It's all love. You just have to, and from their perspective, love is just acceptance, and just accepting of people how they are, however they are, and it's their choice, and that is what love is to them. So there's this perversion that's of Christianity that has been happening in this country and probably in other Western countries, and it's infiltration of, I believe, these Satanists who actually want to destroy Christianity from within, and it's an insidious way to do it, to say, actually Christianity is all accepting of all these behaviors.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is that these leftist progressives, mostly 99% of the Democratic Party, they hate America. But these are the same people who claim to be the tolerant, peaceful ones. They hate America. They hate anyone who stands for and with America. They hate what America stands for, because ultimately they don't want you or us to live in freedom. They want to rule over us. That's what their goal is, to wipe America as we know it off the map. They hate, and when I say hate, I mean they literally hate America. They will benefit from it because it keeps them in power, but they ultimately hate it for everyone else.
Absolutely. And power is
Maynard Caliendo, professor of political science at North Central College, is back with us. Now, the comedy show did get a little serious last night, Stephen, when protesters interrupted former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, while she was appearing on that show.
Yeah, she was talking about President Joe Biden's legacy when it comes to people being upset about the war in Gaza. And they started to shout during this. Let's look at that moment.
We have to learn more about trust and peace and learning about each other rather than to have conflict resolved by war.
Well, as you can see from the continuing protest out here, that answer is unsatisfying to some people.
But let me.
Yeah.
This is on.
I just want y'all to see the Democrats, they're not even safe in their little Hollywood studios no more. Hell no, the people breaking in there, they won't answers. They won't answers from Nancy Pelosi. You can't hide out in Hollywood, man. Just gonna happen. They can come out of that convention and understand the street's still hot. The protesters looking for them.
Michelle Obama here. Let's hear what she has to say.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. We're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for.
Pause. I got to debunk this. My grandparents did not die and sacrifice for Kamala Harris to be president of the United States. And I've seen a number of people point this out on Twitter and say this as well. This is what your grandparents fought for. No, they didn't. In fact, my grandparents were not into electoral politics. My grandparents didn't vote because they knew it was bullshit. My grandparents grew up and lived in the projects, and they knew that these political officials didn't help them any damn way. That's not what my grandparents fought for. So you see what's happening now? Now they're trying to use Kamala Harris's identity and say, this is what your grandparents fought for. No, they didn't. They didn't fight for that. Who are you talking to, Michelle? Who are you speaking to right now? You're not speaking to the average Black American that grew up in this country. You're speaking to the Black Boule. That's who you're talking to.
America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future.
And yeah, it happened when I was struggling to pay my rent. It didn't happen because, you know what I mean? It happened when I was struggling to pay my rent. That's when I had that deep pit, Michelle.
For me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight.
Liar.
But my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory.
See? Why you don't honor all them people that's dying daily in Chicago? You ain't never gave a damn about them, right? But you come back to this convention. That's disgusting. You don't give a shit about your hometown and your neighborhood.
And to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice.
And she had the money to move here too. Let's not leave that part out, Michelle. She had the money to move here. Let me tell you guys a little secret, because I worked in higher ed for over a decade, and I can let you know, especially with those PhD programs, which I also oversaw, for the international students that are coming here, they already have the money to come here. Does everybody understand that? They already have the money to come here. So it's not like she was struggling to get here. She had the money to come here. That's what people have to understand. So that comparison that Michelle is trying to make between her mom and Kamala's mom is a very different thing when your parents have the money and you're a part of a caste system where you have the means and the resources to come here in the first place. I read Michelle Obama's book, Becoming. I read her book. So I read about how she grew up. And there's a difference from Michelle's family where they're part of the Great Migration, where they move from the South to the northern cities and to Midwestern cities like Chicago, because that's where a lot of the factory jobs were. So I know about the way that Michelle grew up. It is not the same thing. Let me let her continue.
About the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school.
Then they have to throw that in there, right? Because, you know, they have to mention HBCU. Black people, she went to HBCU.
And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America.
Let's pause here for a second. She didn't really work her way up to that. You're leaving a lot of things out of there, Michelle. She locked up a lot of Black people, in particular Black men. That's her record. Don't come for me, fam. That is her record. She did that shit. She locked up Black parents, most of them who were single parents, for truancy in California. That also funneled Black kids through the school to prison pipeline. Kamala Harris played a part in that. Kamala Harris got to where she is because there was a guy named Willie Brown that she was dating who was also married, but apparently his wife was okay with it. And Willie Brown has gone on record to say that he is the one who helped Kamala Harris get into those positions. So let's stop pretending like she got there just because she worked hard. Oftentimes that does not happen when you get to those types of positions, ladies and gentlemen, because there's a lot of people who are hardworking that are applying for those positions just like you. Oftentimes it comes down to who you know, who you networked with, and that's how you get your in. Don't leave that out, Michelle.
My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency.
What a joke.
And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story.
No, it ain't.
It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life.
That's a lot.
No, it's not your story, Michelle. Again, I read her book, so I don't know. Maybe Michelle needs to go back and look at the book that she wrote because I read her book. Michelle's parents, for the most part, were working poor. Her dad worked a union job, and she even mentioned that even back then, even though he was a part of the union, he didn't make as much as the white workers did that were part of the union. She said her dad never missed a day of work. I remember all of this. She grew up on the south side of Chicago during that time. It was still integrated. Then when gentrification started to slowly come into the neighborhood, most of the white families started to move away, and then the schools started to fall apart. I remember all this. And then because of her grades, at some point, she ended up going to school with, I believe, who was Jesse Jackson's daughter. She never liked politics because of her experience being friends with her and what Jesse Jackson went through when he was running for public office. I remember all of this. Michelle Obama was very smart, and she made her way to Princeton. But make no mistake, her story is not the same as Kamala Harris. Like I said, Kamala Harris's mother and her father already had a leg up when they came to this country. So a lot of times when people tell you, oh, like Vivek Ramaswamy with his BS, my parents came here with nothing in their pocket. No, they came here with degrees. Stop that. Stop that. They came here with nothing. You came here with something that most people in this country will never have. So Kamala's parents came here to join the PhD program. They already had degrees. Kamala's mother already came from a family that had the money to send her here. So no, Michelle, you don't have the same upbringing. Your family, your parents didn't have that money. They didn't have those resources, according to your book anyway.
Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because No one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we
Oh, in that case, Michelle, you're right. But in that case, shouldn't you be pushing for reparations? Bad timing?
She all talk.
Okay.
bankrupt a business, if we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance.
Yes, you do.
If things
All the
don't go our way,
they're doing.
we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No.
Lies.
We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great.
And she said all that and hasn't mentioned any policies. Right.
Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black. Wait.
Yeah, she's going back to the Obama administration when Donald Trump was coming after Barack Obama all those years. But you know what's crazy about that? All the things that Donald Trump said about Barack Obama during that time, Donald Trump still won. And this is why some people don't like when I say this, but this is why I say Barack Obama gave us
all of that stuff Trump was saying about Obama, especially the birther shit, came from Hillary. That's what the Democrats don't want to say. When they talk about he tried to make people hate us, well, Hillary tried it first. She just lost.
Donald Trump, because if Barack Obama would have kept his promise to particularly working class people, those promises that he made, I don't think we would have had a Donald Trump as president. But you can't go particularly to the Rust Belt in those areas where people, a lot of people lost their jobs, lost their homes, financial crisis and all that kind of stuff. You can't go to those people who are down and out and say you're going to do these things for them and then expect them to show back up and vote for you again for re-election, or expect them to vote for another member of the same party the next go around. So what you'll notice is that when Obama won in 2008, I believe he won Florida. But in 2012, he did not win Florida. And I think it was the same way for Indiana as well. I have to go back and double check. But some of those people turned away because they were like, no, this ain't working out. And you had the '08 housing crisis. And then you had some people that voted for Barack Obama twice and then turned around and voted for Donald Trump. And you can't just pretend like those people don't exist. You know, those are economic reasons.
I want to know who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs.
See, they have to bring Michelle Obama out to really relate to Black people, because Kamala would not say it in this way, right? And then there's a lot of Black people who ain't too fond of Kamala Harris too, to be honest with you. But the thing is, Joe Biden also said Black jobs. The Root was saying Black jobs in their outlet years ago. So where's that pushback for Biden saying Black jobs? See what I mean? This is what bothers me. This is what I was telling you about the two-party system. So again, when you belong to a certain political party, you're less likely to criticize your politician. You see it happen on both sides. But she won't say that to Joe Biden. That's her buddy.
Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen. Faith Speaks for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
That will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did,
control our bodies.
Those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look, that doesn't make any.
Man, hey, look at that woman. That woman is look at the pictures. That woman is demonic. That woman just said demonizing our children because they love who they want to love. Saying demonizing our children because a boy can be a girl and a girl can be a boy. That's disgusting what she's doing. You know, we not finna accept that out of her. And we going against that. No matter who they bring out there, we don't give a damn. Because her mama said that she was Michael, and Obama's gay lover came out and said he'd been having a gay affair with him. We're not going for that. They disgusting. That's their platform. We stand against that. So they better understand that because demonizing our kids because they want to love who they love. When have Black people ever said our kids been demonized because they want to love who they want to love? That's disgusting. What the hell are you talking about? No, in Black families, we don't talk about who our kids is loving. That's disgusting. In Black families, you don't talk about business outside the house anyway. But here she go, bringing all disgusting, immoral stuff right on out to the front for everybody to talk about. So our kids can love who they want to love. Come on, man, that's disgusting, lady. What you talking about? Greek freak behavior.
Anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small.
Does anybody notice that Michelle Obama is a better speaker than Kamala Harris is? Anybody notice this?
No.
And I said this before, and people didn't.
What y'all need to notice is they use Kamala Harris' presidential run for Michelle to get her shine. Nigga, Michelle is out there. This is her presidential run. No, she not running right now. They know Kamala finna lose. No, she's going to run 4 years from now. And they're going to rely on this speech. This is what Obama did before. If you go back, and I can remember watching Obama get on that stage before he became president. And they brought him out there just like this. Next thing you know, he ran. They are giving it a run and testing the crowd. Kamala too stupid to even see it. They don't give a damn about no Kamala. And remember that none of these people said any of this shit about Kamala 3 months ago. Definitely didn't say that in 2020 when she was running. But all of a sudden, she's the most qualified. Okay, when did you start feeling like that?
Believe me, but I said this on Rising, I
You've
think
been here,
maybe a year and a half ago. I said that if Michelle Obama were to run for president, she could actually win. Man, that was before all this Kamala stuff.
Contest.
But
It's a
Michelle
popularity
Obama,
contest. That's why, and that's what the Republicans and the people on the right better understand. They better get them a popular superstar ready to run. It ain't gonna be nothing but a popularity contest. They showing you Michelle is coming, and there ain't none of the politicians they got gonna beat her. They better come on with it.
Obama is a better speaker than Kamala Harris, but she didn't get the stamp of approval apparently, and I don't think she wants to be president either.
And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America.
Nobody want to get involved because this lady, like I say, these people spent the whole platform not talking about no policies, how to make our life better, attacking Trump, talking about the hope, the change that's gonna come. But nothing they got to do with no policy packages though, because they don't got no policy packages for you. Just more finessing. And she should be ashamed of her goddamn self.
Our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice.
Now there's no other choice. So that just pushes third party and independent candidates to the side because she told you there's no other choice. Everybody see how that works?
But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people.
But Trump is infatuated with the crowd size. But here they go talk about the crowd sizes. These people are fucking hypocrites. They will say anything.
Who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected.
So do you see what she's doing? She's telling people like you shouldn't focus on making sure everything is just right. Now that is her way of pointing towards what's happening in Gaza. That's her way of pointing towards the fact that nobody voted for Kamala Harris during the Democratic primary. Pay attention to this, guys. Right? And I don't even think most people are calling for everything being just right. Most people are calling for things to be fair. And no, it's not fair that nobody voted for Kamala Harris in the Democrat primary and she was just selected. It's not about everything being just right, especially coming from the party that keeps saying we got to protect our democracy. So get on out of here. So there's that. Then with the issue in Gaza, or everything being just right, genocide is a big deal. Last time I checked, that's not no little boo-boo here. That's a big problem. So that's our way of speaking to the protesters and telling them everything don't have to be just right. They really want you to overlook a genocide. Isn't this disgusting?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Barack Obama finally came out of hiding this week so he could try to boost Kamala Harris at the DNC convention. Rather than being the big game changer that it was prompted as, it came off as just a bunch of leftover political talking points from Obama's glory days. It changed absolutely nothing. People didn't take extra notice of it just because Mr. Smooth political operator was slamming his gums. Unless you were at the convention, you didn't care. And the people at the convention, they're not the ones who will make the difference as to who wins or not in November. Now, considering that Kamala only got the nomination last minute, and she's been in hiding ever since Biden dropped out, you would think that the top priority for these guys would be to say what she stands for, to use every second they could to tell America what Kamala Harris's political platform is. And yet, nobody has been talking about Kamala's policies or programs, mainly because she has none. And she didn't have any when she ran for president in 2020 either. Well, at least she stayed consistent. Now, Barack Obama's appearance at the convention did show us two things. First of all, it showed that people were far more excited about a former president whose failure was so profound that he laid the groundwork for the orange man to become president. And the second thing that it showed was he doesn't have any new tricks. Who is he trying to convince? Who does he think is going to change their minds because he gives a speech? The guy who spent years telling lies about Obama's birth certificate went from being a putrid joke to being Obama's immediate successor. And why was that? It was Obama's fault. Obama thought that he could use his charisma and bogus charm to sweet-talk Hillary into the White House. He thought everybody loved his stinking drawers. He said that he would consider it a personal insult if Black America didn't make Hillary president because, as he put it, Black people had an obligation to secure his legacy. Well, as it turned out, Black voters didn't feel obligated to do anything for him. So now he's back, because there's a rump contingent of white media and Democrat leaders who are still not clued into how little Barack Obama matters when it comes to winning elections. He's no kingmaker. Just ask Hillary Clinton. And here he was out there basically talking all the same stupid, worn-out talking points that he had used for his own campaign and recycling them for Kamala Harris. Michelle Obama, by the way, also spoke at the DNC, and she just repeated a variation on her "when they go low, we go high" line. So Barack and Michelle are back out there, and I'm not going to say that they were necessarily phoning it in, but I will say that they weren't giving it the old college try, that's for sure. The same way that they had no new ideas when they were in the White House, they also have no new material for their speeches either. It's pathetically fitting, though. Barack Obama's big debut was at a Democratic convention. I remember how in 2004, the Frankenstein tribute act John Kerry was running for president, or more like shuffling for the White House, and then young Barack Obama was running for the Senate. And he gave the keynote address because the fix was already in that this guy was going to be the perfect stalking horse for the White House one day. Obama was using the DNC 2004 convention as a platform for his own presidential aspirations. And it worked. Overnight, he went from being an anonymous political wannabe with a funny name to a presidential contender. They gave him the mic and he made the most of it, talking and acting as if he was the party's nominee, because obviously that's what he wanted them to see him as, and it worked. And it was also at the 2004 DNC convention that Obama showed the world that he would rise to power by lying through his teeth and denying that racism exists in America. It was at the 2004 Democratic National Convention that Barack Obama spouted one of the most infamous lines in the history of American political rhetoric.
There is not a Black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
The damned insult. There is not a Black America and a white America. There's the United States of America. Now, over here in the B1, we know there's a Black America. We represent it every single day. His speech was meant for the consumption of a white audience, white voters. If there's one thing the Barack Obamas and the congressional black talkers know, it's that the fastest way to get white liberal or white centrist support is to be the black fool who stands in front of a camera and does the colorblind, there's only one America line of crap. White society loves to hear that lie, even when they know you don't mean a word of it, so it's easy points for the aspiring black politician to score. And you see it not just from black Republicans, but also from black Democrats like Obama, because the white party bosses and white voters that they're trying to get the support of expect them to say that kind of stuff. Assure them that you're not going to rock the boat on race. Doesn't matter who the hell it is, Karen Bass, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, they all do the exact same thing. And those lying words that he spoke set the frame for the 8 disgraceful years he spent as president, ignoring the attacks and violence committed against black Americans. His pathetic, craven behavior put a bullseye on the back of every black person in America. Even his own friends weren't safe, like Henry Skip the Gates Truth. He got himself arrested in his own home, even though he's crippled. That white cop didn't care, arrested him in his own home for no reason, and dragged him out even though this man is lame. It showed that even the president's own black friends, the so-called talented 10th, weren't safe from the thugs with badges. And rather than start punishing the police, Obama invited the reprobate flatfoot in question to the White House for what they called a beer summit. Now that was the time for him to begin an all-out war on the police's violence against black people and to crack down hard as hell on them. Instead, Obama treated this violent assault on his friend as nothing more than a PR problem, portraying it as just a little misunderstanding. Oh, look how understanding we are. His goal was to stay in office for 8 years and then put the capstone on his do-nothing administration by successfully handing the keys to the White House over to another Democrat. That was the plan, because not since Reagan Bush back in the 1980s has there been a single party who's held the White House for more than 8 years. Obama's sole focus was on being able to say that he was the first biracial president and that he led the Democrats to hold the White House for at least 12 years. Instead, he was handed a humiliating defeat by the very black America whose existence he began his political career by denying. And something else that made Obama's 2004 DNC speech so damnable was that it was John Kerry's running mate, John Edwards, talking about two Americas, specifically about the two Americas of race. So you had the white good old boy who was running for the vice presidency telling the truth about race in America, and he lost the election. Meanwhile, the biracial guy was at the same time denying the reality of race in America, and 4 years later, he was handed the presidency. America's cardinal sin is hypocrisy. This is a nation of lies and liars. Black empowerment is our attempt to fight back against this culture, but Barack Obama made it manifestly clear whose side he stands on, and it's not ours. The big difference between Obama and Kamala is that he has some charisma and he at least has a superficial understanding of policy. The problem for us, though, is that Obama used this knowledge and this charisma to appeal to anti-black racists and to carefully avoid any policies that would have benefited us. And the result is that he's been reduced to doing a corny comedy routine now, talking about how nice it is that America's a place where people with funny names can become president. You know, when he says something like that, it reminds me of what James Baldwin said in the 60s when he talked about the Kennedy family. He said, you got some Irish immigrants who just got off the boat yesterday, and here they are telling foundational black Americans that if we're really good, maybe one day one of us can become president. Someday. So while Obama's going through his old routine from 2004 and trying to make it feel fresh to people and trying to have people feel good about his smiling, wretched self, let's remember that when you look at this man, you're seeing someone who began his rise to the top by telling the world that America is all one big, happy, dysfunctional family and that there's no black America. His moral cowardice in the face of white supremacist aggression is the reason why all these thugs with badges, and a number of them without badges, felt emboldened to kill black people openly in the streets and to attack black people wherever they wanted to, even Obama's old friends. Because he let them know that he wasn't going to do anything about it. They correctly interpreted that he would sit on his hands. In fact, they knew that this guy actually wanted their political support. and that their political support was more important to him than black people's lives. It was obvious to everyone that Obama would do anything to avoid losing white voter support, especially those all-important centrists, because he clearly had two objectives: win a second term and successfully get a Democrat elected right after him. And by not taking on the police, he showed that he was fully willing to make history for himself over black people's dead bodies. Literally. This is the reason why he found it so easy to sit on his hands while black people, including black children like Trayvon Martin and others, were murdered on his watch. It was how he could do nothing while the genocidal mass poisoning of Flint, Michigan took place, all on his watch. Black people being slaughtered like Mother Emanuel Church, and here he is coming to town to sing a couple of bars of Al Green. So for any of you out there wondering what's the fastest route to getting either of the major parties to make you their presidential nominee, Obama and Kamala have shown you exactly what the Democrats and Republicans consider to be the most important qualifications: attack black people, promise to do nothing for black people, and run interference for anyone who attacks black people. Kamala Harris has yet to give her speech and quote-unquote accept the nomination, which she's already got. But whenever she does come crawling out of her hole to give her teleprompter speech, the white left media will go into predictable phony orgasms and claim that she gave a speech better than the Gettysburg Address, etc. They'll also claim that she got a post-convention bump in the polls, though considering how they've been clamoring and praising her and claiming that she's been rising and rising through the polls so much, and yet she still hasn't surpassed Trump yet, I think that they'll have to explain why her post-convention bump still hasn't resulted in her passing Trump yet. Presidential races are good for the white media's ratings. They're good for these white media companies' business because everybody pays attention. And that being the case, it's in their business interest to try to portray every presidential election as being a nail-biter, as being a horse race, even if they have good reason to believe that it's anything but. So that's the reason why, no matter what, they're going to be saying that Kamala Harris is neck and neck with Trump, because that's what's good for their business model. And as for Obama, they'll also need to explain why this guy isn't a kingmaker. And that being the case, why the heck is he even at the DNC convention? He's preaching to the choir. As James Carville, the Cajun Skeletor, and other Democrat operatives have been forced to admit, the Democrats' black support has been sliding for the last 10 years now, since at least 2013. That was during Obama's second term. As soon as black folks, at least enough of us, began to realize that this empty suit wasn't going to actually do anything for black people, no matter how the shills and bootlicks and the people in denial were claiming, oh, just give him some more time. He'll do, just give him some more time. It became obvious, no, time's up. We gave him all the time in the world. He's not going to do anything for us. As black people slowly started to accept that fact, they looked and said, you know what, to hell with the process altogether, threw up their hands. That's when the Democrats' hemorrhaging of black support began. In 2013, with Obama's second term. The people who might have voted Democrat were turned off to the party specifically by Barack Obama. And now here he is once again saying that we should be only too glad to vote for a candidate that he's recommended because this candidate is just like him. Yeah, we already know that. And that's exactly the reason why we're going to do what we did the last time Obama told us to vote for someone. Good day, and
Russian Air Defense Forces brilliantly shot down 45 Ukrainian UAV in a large-scale night raid, the Russian Defense Ministry reported on August 21, 2024. From Moscow to Murmansk, Ukrainian drones tried to attack targets in western Russia over the past 24 hours. The first explosions were heard in Podolska at about 3 a.m., after which residents of the city heard loud sounds every 15 to 20 minutes. Unfortunately, all 45 kamikaze drones that tried to attack Russian cities that night were destroyed. In total, 11 were shot down over the Moscow region. Another 23 were destroyed over the Bryansk region, 6 over the Belgorod region, 3 over Kalushka, and 2 over the Kursk region, the Defense Ministry detailed. But in a slightly interesting development, an Ukrainian drone carrying explosives was shot down during the day by air defenses, near the closed military settlement of Vysoky, in the Murmansk region. It is about 1,800 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, and is located in the Arctic Circle. A UAV, or rather an Aeropract A-22 aircraft, converted into a UAV with a longer range. According to preliminary data, the target was the Olynya airfield from which the Russian strategic bomber took off, but failed. So far, Murmansk airfield has been operating as usual after the restriction of airspace. Meanwhile, according to the head of Ukrainian intelligence, Kyrylo Budanov, said that in total about 50 drones were used that day, attacking the Signal Intelligence Center, carrying out attacks on the Ostafyevo airport in Moscow, and the Milarovo Air Base in the Rostov region, but without reporting the results.
The failures of the armed forces of Ukraine on the battlefield and the agony of the Ukrainian army in the Donbass are forcing the Ukrainian High Military Command to take more desperate measures. Unfortunately for the Kiev authorities and their Western curators, the adventure of the Ukrainian General Staff in the Kursk region completely failed. The fact is that with the invasion of the Kursk region, the Ukrainian High Military Command and its NATO military advisors pursued two goals: the seizure of the Kursk nuclear power plant and the displacement of units of the Russian armed forces from Donbass, where the armed forces of Ukraine continue to retreat rapidly, surrendering dozens of strategically important settlements to the Russian army. And now, 2 weeks after the invasion, practically all world analytical centers have admitted that the armed forces of Ukraine have not been able to achieve any of their goals in the Kursk region. Unfortunately for the Kiev authorities, the Ukrainian army, even despite unprecedented support from NATO, was unable to capture the Kursk nuclear power plant and forced the Russian High Military Command to begin a large-scale transfer of Russian troops to the Kursk region. Unfortunately for the Kiev authorities and their Western patrons, Russia is not even in a hurry to dislodge the Ukrainian armed forces units from the Kursk region, keeping the situation under control with the help of small units of the Russian armed forces, numbering only 5,000 soldiers. Against this backdrop, the Ukrainian General Staff began to change the tactics of the armed forces of Ukraine, trying to take control of as much Russian territory as possible. Realizing that Russian troops had completely chained the Ukrainian armed forces in the Kursk region, preventing the Ukrainian army units from moving forward, the Ukrainian High Military Command began to strike at other Russian regions, Belgorod and Bryansk. However, unfortunately for the Ukrainian armed forces, the defensive lines of Russian troops in the Belgorod region turned out to be so powerful that the Ukrainian army units had to retreat with heavy losses. And now, just a few hours ago, the governor of the Bryansk region, Alexander Bogomaz, announced that the forces of the border department of the Russian FSB managed to destroy several Ukrainian sabotage and reconnaissance groups that broke into the territory of the border settlement of Klimovo in the Bryansk region. All this indicates that the Ukrainian High Military Command does not want to repeat the mistake with the Belgorod region, and is trying to find out the level of power of the defensive lines in the Bryansk region, before attempting to seize territories in this sector of the front. Thus, it becomes clear that the Kiev regime and its Western curators really hope that the seizure of Russian territories will help them avoid signing a peace treaty on Moscow's terms. However, these plans and hopes of the Kiev regime and their Western curators are doomed to complete failure. The fact is that it is very profitable for Moscow that the Ukrainian army and NATO forces are throwing their last resources and reserves to capture Russian border towns and villages, while incurring huge losses in manpower and equipment. The fact is that the concentration of Ukrainian and NATO forces in the Kursk region had a favorable effect on the advance of Russian troops in the Donbass. The Russian army liberates 5-6 settlements in Donbass almost every week. At this rate, Russian troops will soon liberate the entire Donbass, which will eventually lead to the collapse of the Kiev regime, and force Ukraine to sign a peace treaty on Russian terms. As a result, the Ukrainian army and NATO forces will have to voluntarily leave the territory of the Kursk region, which will allow the Kremlin to avoid large-scale destruction in towns and villages of this Russian region. Meanwhile, independent Russian and Western military experts have admitted that the Ukrainian armed forces have deployed up to 30,000 soldiers in the Kursk region. It is reported that these are the best units of the armed forces of Ukraine, transferred from other directions of the front. In addition, these units of the armed forces of Ukraine are significantly strengthened by NATO special forces, who are fighting in the Kursk region under a false flag. Moreover, the Ukrainian army is also reinforced by numerous American private military companies, which contain former and current U.S. Army Rangers. It is reported that all these NATO soldiers and U.S. Army Rangers are fighting in the Kursk region in the uniform of soldiers of the Ukrainian army. Against this backdrop, Western military journalists are in a state of shock. They don't understand how 5,000 Russian troops managed to keep the situation in the Kursk region under control, in the face of 30,000 enemy troops. Many experts and analysts are confident that this was made possible due to the air superiority of Russian combat aviation, and the professional actions of experienced fighters of the group of troops under the designation Sever, Spetsnaz Akhmat, and Russian Marines from the 810th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet. By the way, Russian Marines publish videos on the internet almost every day, where the destruction of another enemy column is clearly visible. In addition, Russian Marines show dozens of footage of the capture of not only Ukrainian nationalists, but also so-called foreign mercenaries, many of whom are active duty soldiers and officers of armies of NATO countries, fighting in the uniform of Ukrainian soldiers. According to war correspondents, the morgues of the city of Sumy are overflowing with the corpses of foreign mercenaries. It is reported that these are mainly Polish, French, Georgian, British, and US citizens. By the way, today, the Russian military department officially announced that as of August 23, 2024, the Ukrainian army and NATO forces lost 4,700 soldiers in the Kursk region. Against this backdrop, a well-known military journalist and blogger Yuri Podolyaka said that the Kursk adventure of the Kiev authorities led to the fact that the best and elite units of the armed forces of Ukraine are being irretrievably destroyed in this Russian region. And it is no longer possible to replace these elite units of the armed forces of Ukraine. Even NATO forces are unable to change the situation, as they also suffer huge losses in the confrontation with Russian troops. Against this backdrop, many military experts have already called the attack of the Ukrainian army and NATO forces on the Kursk region the most disastrous military operation in the 21st century. And this military operation will be the beginning of the end not only of the armed forces of Ukraine, but also of the North Atlantic Alliance.
The Yemeni armed forces have reportedly launched a covert war aimed at targeting Israel's ports, in what analysts believe could become one of the largest retaliatory operations against Israel in response to the death of Palestinian political figure Ismail Haniyeh. This escalation has captured the attention of various Western media outlets, which are now closely monitoring the potential impact of such an attack on US operations in the Red Sea. Despite the presence of American forces, their efforts to curtail the Yemeni offensive have so far proven ineffective, raising concerns about the effectiveness of the military approach over diplomacy. Although the frequency of attacks in the Red Sea has diminished, the threat has not entirely subsided, leaving the waters perilous for navigation. This persistent danger has prompted many shipping companies to reconsider their routes, opting for longer journeys that bypass the Red Sea to ensure the safety of their consignments. The shift in shipping patterns is illustrated by recent developments involving Russian vessels. Reports indicate that Russia has taken precautionary measures in response to the ongoing threat posed by Houthi forces. In a notable example, Russia is sending a supertanker filled with oil around Africa to Asia, circumventing the Red Sea entirely. This move highlights the extent of the perceived risk in the region, as even Russian ships, which have previously navigated the Red Sea without incident, are now adjusting their routes. Two Suezmax-class ships, both capable of passing through the Suez Canal and the Yemeni manned waters to the south, transferred their cargoes onto a larger vessel, the supertanker Gold Pearl, near Egypt's Port Said earlier this month. The Gold Pearl, due to its massive size, could not traverse the Suez Canal and was instead forced to take the longer route around Africa, underscoring the logistical challenges and heightened security concerns stemming from the Houthi attacks. While it remains uncertain whether the rerouting of these ships was directly influenced by the fear of Houthi aggression, the decision reflects a growing wariness among crews and vessel operators about traversing the Red Sea. This apprehension is not unfounded, as tankers carrying Russian oil have previously come under attack from Houthi resistance fighters. The strategic implications of these developments are significant, as they suggest that the Yemeni offensive could have far-reaching consequences, not only for Israel, but also for global shipping and energy supply chains. The evolving situation raises critical questions about the future of maritime security in the Red Sea, and the potential for further escalation in the region. A potential Yemeni Houthi attack on Israel's ports and US warships in the Red Sea would likely involve a combination of asymmetric and conventional warfare tactics, capitalizing on the Houthis' growing capabilities in missile technology, drone warfare, and naval operations. The Houthis, who have demonstrated their ability to strike targets at considerable distances, could use a variety of weapons, including anti-ship missiles, sea mines, and armed drones, to carry out such an operation. Given their history of successfully targeting Saudi Arabian oil facilities and coalition warships, the Houthis have shown a level of sophistication that makes them a credible threat to Israeli ports and US naval assets. In such an attack, the Houthis could deploy anti-ship cruise missiles like the Noor or Qadr, which are Iranian-made derivatives of the Chinese C-802 missile. These missiles have a range of approximately 120 to 200 kilometers, depending on the variant, and are capable of causing significant damage to naval vessels. They could also use the locally produced Beta-1P ballistic missiles, which have been modified for greater accuracy and could be used to target port infrastructure. Drones, particularly the Samad-3, which has a range of up to 1,500 kilometers, could also be employed to strike port facilities or naval vessels. The Houthis have previously used drones to attack high-value targets in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, demonstrating their effectiveness in bypassing traditional air defenses. The distance between Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen and Israeli ports like Eilat is around 1,000 kilometers, placing them within the range of the Houthis' longest-reaching drones and missiles. For a direct strike on US warships in the Red Sea, the distance would vary depending on the ship's locations, but it could be significantly shorter, making it feasible for the Houthis to target these vessels using their anti-ship capabilities. The Houthis could also deploy naval mines in the Red Sea, which would pose a persistent threat to commercial and military vessels. These mines, combined with missile and drone attacks, could create a multi-layered threat environment that would severely disrupt maritime traffic and could temporarily close Israeli ports. The damage caused by such an attack would likely be severe, particularly if the Houthis were to focus on critical port infrastructure such as fuel storage tanks, loading cranes, or naval docking facilities. A successful strike could incapacitate key ports like Haifa or Ashdod, halting the flow of goods and energy supplies into Israel, and compounding the economic strain already caused by the conflict. For US warships, a direct hit by a missile could disable or sink a vessel, leading to significant loss of life and potentially drawing the US deeper into the conflict. The psychological impact of such an attack would also be considerable, as it would demonstrate the Houthis' ability to strike high-value targets far from their home territory, potentially altering the strategic calculus of both Israel and the United States in the region. Meanwhile, Yemen's forces are escalating their retaliatory strikes against both Israeli and American interests in the Red Sea. This development follows a reported attack on a Yemeni civilian port by Israel, an act that has fueled widespread anger and has likely solidified the Houthis' resolve to strike back with increased force. The Houthis, alongside resistance militias in Iraq, have expressed growing impatience and are now leaning toward a more aggressive stance against both Israel and the United States. Tehran, however, finds itself in a precarious position. On one hand, it must navigate the aftermath of the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, a senior Hamas figure, without triggering a direct Israeli response that could draw devastating US retaliation on Iranian soil. This balancing act underscores the complexity of the regional power dynamics, with Iran seeking to support its allies while avoiding a full-scale confrontation that could jeopardize its own security. Despite months of sustained US and British airstrikes aimed at degrading their military capabilities, the Houthis have continued their attacks unabated. Just this week, a commercial ship traveling through the Red Sea was attacked, leaving it not under command, and marking the latest in a string of Houthi assaults on maritime targets. These attacks, which the Houthis claim are in response to the ongoing Israel-Hamas war in Gaza, highlight the growing reach and sophistication of their military operations. The most recent incident involved the Greek-flagged tanker Sonian, which came under fire about 72 nautical miles west of Hodeidah. Reports indicate that the vessel was struck by small arms fire from men in small boats before being hit by 3 projectiles, causing significant damage. While no casualties were reported among the 25 crew members, the attack underscores the increasing threat posed by the Houthis to both commercial and military shipping in the Red Sea, a vital artery for global trade. This attack follows a series of similar incidents that have left the maritime community on high alert. In June, a Liberian-flagged bulk carrier, the Tutor, was sunk by a Houthi attack. reportedly severing undersea communications cables in the process. Earlier, in March, a British-owned vessel was struck by a missile, marking the first successful sinking by Houthi forces. Another missile attack in the Gulf of Aden in the same month resulted in multiple casualties, demonstrating the Houthis' growing capability to inflict damage on international shipping. The response from the United States and Britain has been swift and forceful, with coordinated airstrikes targeting Houthi infrastructure in Yemen and ongoing efforts to intercept Houthi-launched drones and missiles. However, these measures have so far failed to halt the wave of attacks, raising concerns about the stability of the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden shipping lanes. The inability to stem these attacks highlights the resilience of the Houthis and the challenges faced by Western powers in securing one of the world's most critical maritime corridors by the use of force instead of diplomacy. Meanwhile, the Israeli airstrikes on Yemen's Hodeidah port in June, as reported by Human Rights Watch, HRW, highlight a concerning escalation, raising significant questions about the legality and morality of the attack. The strikes, which targeted oil facilities and a power station, resulted in the deaths of at least 6 people and injuries to over 80, according to HRW. The incident, particularly given its impact on civilian infrastructure and the broader Yemeni population, may well constitute a war crime under international law. Israel's justification for the airstrikes is based on its claim that the targets were military in nature, specifically linked to the Houthi movement. The timing of the strikes, coming just a day after a Houthi drone attack on Tel Aviv, suggests a retaliatory motive. While Israel has the right to defend itself against attacks, international law imposes strict limits on the conduct of hostilities, particularly regarding the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure. The principle of distinction requires that parties to a conflict distinguish between combatants and civilians, targeting only the former. The principle of proportionality further prohibits attacks that would cause excessive harm to civilians relative to the anticipated military advantage. In the case of the Hodeidah airstrikes, HRW's analysis suggests that the attacks may have been indiscriminate or disproportionate, both of which are prohibited under international humanitarian law. Striking more than 24 oil storage tanks, 2 shipping cranes, and a power plant critical civilian infrastructure raises serious concerns about the proportionality of the response. The fact that these facilities are essential for the delivery of food and other necessities to the Yemeni population, with Hodeidah handling 70% of Yemen's commercial imports and 80% of its humanitarian assistance, underscores the devastating impact on civilians. The environmental consequences of the attack also warrant attention. HRW's analysis of satellite imagery revealed that the oil tanks burned for at least 3 days, leading to potential long-term environmental damage. Such destruction not only disrupts the immediate lives of civilians, but also exacerbates the already dire humanitarian situation in Yemen, a country suffering from years of conflict, famine, and disease. The attack on infrastructure that is vital for civilian survival could be seen as a violation of the prohibition against attacks on objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, as outlined in Article 54 of Additional Protocol d'Iad to the Geneva Conventions. Moreover, the timing of the airstrikes following the Houthi drone attack on Tel Aviv raises questions about the motives behind the operation. Retaliatory strikes, while often justified in the context of self-defense, must still adhere to the rules of war. The fact that the Hodeidah port has been under Houthi control since 2021 does not negate Israel's obligation to distinguish between military objectives and civilian objects. If the primary purpose of the attack was to inflict damage on civilian infrastructure as a form of collective punishment, this would be a clear violation of international humanitarian law. Human Rights Watch's call for accountability reflects the broader concern that such actions could set a dangerous precedent in the region. The lack of immediate comment from the Israeli Foreign Ministry leaves critical questions unanswered about the decision-making process that led to the strikes and the measures, if any, taken to minimize harm to civilians. The international community has a responsibility to investigate potential war crimes and hold perpetrators accountable to prevent further violations. Given the critical role of the Hodeidah port in sustaining Yemen's population, the destruction of its facilities could have long-lasting effects on the humanitarian situation in the country. As Yemen continues to grapple with one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, the loss of essential infrastructure could push the population further into desperation. The broader implications of such an attack, therefore, extend beyond the immediate loss of life and damage, potentially contributing to a worsening cycle of violence and suffering.
Good morning, Garland Nixon here, and we got plenty. Oh, Scott, hold on a second here. Give me a second, Scott. Garland and Washington State Television. Scott Ritter. Interesting, not any other country. I mean, there's lots of other countries out here. People do all kinds of interviews for Indian television and Turkish television, but for some reason, if you do an interview or work at all with Russian television, they have singled this out. Your thoughts on what's going on here? A mere 60 days before the election.
Well, I mean, what this is a frontal assault on the United States Constitution. If you read the article, it's clear it's not just about working for Russian state TV. First of all, that's not a crime. So, the idea that you're going to criminalize, somebody's employment. RT is required under law to register as a foreign agent here in the United States. But my understanding, and I guess so too is Sputnik, but my understanding is being an employee of either one of these is not a requirement for registration. So that's not a crime. What are they talking about? It's not, they can't point to any specific thing and say this is a crime. If you read the article, it's much scarier than that. They're saying that the Russian government is taking advantage of witting and unwitting Americans to promote narratives which are disparaging of one particular candidate, Kamala Harris, promoting Donald Trump, seeking to divide the country, seeking to influence the outcome of the presidential and congressional elections. All of this stuff that falls under the umbrella of political speech. Now, the interesting thing about political speech is that the Supreme Court has on a regular basis say that the core aspect of free speech is political speech. In fact, the reason why free speech exists is for the people to be able to discuss, opine, criticize politics. That's what a representational democracy is all about. Now, the Department of Justice is saying, well, that's okay for Americans, but it's not okay if the Americans are influenced by Russians. And this is where it gets fascinating because you see, Garland, it's not just that I publish articles in RT. It's not illegal. It's that I take stories, regardless of the source, about Russia, or I write stories on my own, and I post them on my social media. That's the problem. You see, we are posting pro-Russian narratives. It doesn't matter if these pro-Russian narratives are independently derived without any input from Russia or are derived after talking with Russians. So apparently it's a crime to interview a Russian and promote this. And this is where everybody should just sit up and listen to what I'm saying for a second. Because for all of you out there that say, it doesn't bother me because you guys have made your bed, you're going to sleep in, and now you're promoting that pro-Russian narrative. A, it's called free speech. B, what happens when the powers that be decide that the Second Amendment is now inconvenient? And all you out there who are promoting content in defense of the Second Amendment now fall under the same umbrella. What happens if the government decides that pro-life is suddenly inconvenient. And all of you who promote content that's pro-life, now you're under the gun. You see, it's not about being pro-Russian. It's about disagreeing with the U.S. government. It's about taking a stance that seeks to educate people about the failure, at least in the mindset of those promoting this, of U.S. policy. Right now, they're going after people that are tainted by Russia. But they'll come after you. And that's the danger here. And it's not just about ideas, it's about platforming. You see, mainstream media in America is dying. CNN's losing viewership. Everybody's losing viewership. Everybody's going to social media, and this scares the mainstream media establishment, which has enjoyed a hand-in-glove relationship with the government for decades. And it's now in danger of losing the ability to be seen as the influencer. And the government can't control independent media, alternative media. So government's seeking to destroy alternative media, and that's what this is. This isn't just a frontal assault against me, Dimitri Simes, and whoever else they're going to be raiding down the road. This is a frontal assault against dissent. This is a frontal assault against people who take an opposing point of view and dangerously have that opposing point of view resonate. To have people say, I'm listening, I'm paying attention. Now you're shaping opinion. You've become somebody who has the ability to, encourage debate and discussion. You become dangerous, not just to the government, but to mainstream media and mainstream media, social media platforms. That's why they're deplatforming me. I mean, I don't know how long, this is going to last. You and I talking before YouTube decides to say, well, Scott Ritter has to be pulled, because they pulled me off of George Galloway. They pulled Jackson Hinkle off of George Galloway. They're deplatforming me across the board. And again, there's people out there who say, good, we don't like Scott Ritter. We don't agree with what he has to say. Just reflect on this, because if you go away with this with me, they've destroyed free speech. This is about free speech, fundamental free speech issues. This is about a free press. And if they get away with this, and trust me, I'm not rolling over and playing dead, but if they get away with this, then all of alternative media is going to be wiped off the playing field, because they will eliminate this uncontrolled and uncontrollable source of political dissent and criminalize it and deplatform you and make it impossible for you to earn a living and ensure that the only news that the American people hear is the news the government approved. And then we're not the United States of America. We're something different.
Well, I tell you something, and I don't think it's an accident that it's, just before the election that this stirred up, because they're concerned. And a perfect example of what I see coming next, college is starting up. Before the end of the college season last year, we started seeing articles that said Iran is funding the protesters. Well, the protesters didn't even have any funds, you know what I mean? But Iran was funding and supporting the protesters and platforming the protesters, blah, 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 right? Okay. Well, what comes next? You're now wittingly or unwittingly an agent of Iran. If you're protesting, you're an agent of Hamas, which is considered a terrorist organization. And now the Homeland Security, they can throw us off of social media, things of that nature, maybe a FARA charge or something like that, or a struggle there. But once they start charging people under Terrorist Act, you're talking felonies. You're talking 20 years that they can give protesters, and will do it.
Yeah. No, you're right. Look, let's talk about Iran for a second, because I'm one of those people that actually traveled to Iran at one time. Why? I wanted to know about it. Everybody's talking about Iran. Everybody's saying Iran this, Iran that. I've been to the Middle East, but it was the Arab world, primarily a Sunni world. Iran is a Persian world, a Shia world. I was writing about it, and I really wanted to learn about Iran. So I went there, and I learned a whole bunch. That makes me a very dangerous person, you see, because now, coming back to America, when mainstream media or the talking heads that appear on there start impugning Iran and start saying things about Iran that are just factually incorrect, people like me can go, ooh, no, let me correct you on that one. They don't want that. They want to be the only ones. They want to be the final arbiters of what truth is. And it's a very dangerous situation, especially when we're speaking about the current situation right now, where there's a potential of an Iranian attack against Israel that could drive the entire Middle East region into a conflict that would be extraordinarily disruptive for all involved, wherever you stand on the political spectrum. Right now, we have people in the mainstream media writing about Iran who know nothing about Iran. Look at their resumes, ladies and gentlemen. Look them up. They know nothing about Iran. So what empowers them? They are simple stenographers for the government position. They are empowered by a phone that connects them to a government source who spoon feeds them the data they need to create a story that furthers the government narrative. It's the duty and responsibility for free people to hold their government to account. Now, if the government's telling the truth, then we should be able to independently discern that and say, oh, okay, I agree with you because I'm informed, I'm empowered with knowledge and information, and I support what you're saying. But especially in a situation where the deception of government has the potential of leading us into a conflict, into a war, for instance, such as the deception that took place in the lead up to the invasion and occupation of Iraq in 2003, you need a free press. You need free speech to challenge the government and hold the government accountable for what they are saying, what they are doing, and what they are planning to do. Without that, we have a dictatorship, plain and simple. And it's the same thing with China. You know, we right now are in a fundamental struggle between the United States and China in the Indo-Pacific, in the Pacific theater, globally. Don't you think it's important that we know about China, that we understand China, that we can do as President John F. Kennedy implored us all to do in his June 1963 speech at American University, to stand in the shoes of the Chinese? He was talking about the Soviets, to understand their point of view. It doesn't mean you have to agree with their point of view or support their point of view, but to understand their point of view so that you can understand their perspective, so that you might better be able to come up with equitable solutions. And yet now, if they succeed with Russia, they're going to criminalize China, just like they're criminalizing Iran. And what else are they going to criminalize? They're going to criminalize anything, any issue where you say, I need to know more. I need to learn more. How do you learn it? How do you learn more about Russia? Go to Russia is sort of a big thing to do, but apparently that's illegal now. You can't go to Russia because the moment you set foot in Russia, you are susceptible to being manipulated, wittingly or unwittingly, by the Russian government. And any information that you collect and assess and then come back and distribute is now seen as being a tool of the Russian government to shape public opinion in America to achieve a political outcome. No, it's not the tool of Russia. I mean, Russia might be happy with what I'm saying. I think in many instances they are. But it's not why I'm doing this. I do it to speak truth to power, which is sort of our responsibility. So this is a very, very, very dangerous situation. This is one of the most existential issues of our time, because if they succeed in killing free speech on the issue of Russia and the threat of Russian manipulation, then they can kill anything, and they will kill anything, because the government doesn't exist to permit dissent. The government exists to suppress dissent. And one of the fundamental tools we have, weapons we have to counter this suppression, is free speech and a free press. And we're this close to losing it.
Let me give you one last example, and then we'll move on. You know, you know me. I was a law enforcement officer. I grew up. My dad was a hunter, right? He reloaded his own shotgun shells for rabbit hunting. You know, things like that. Okay, I went to Venezuela. Problem. Venezuela, right? And I traveled around the country to the poor people, saw lots of poor people, and I come to find out the government had armed the population. You go to Venezuela, they're militias. The government went around giving people guns and ammunition, right? And I talked to people and what do you think? Blah, blah, blah. And they said, oh, no, we would use this against the government. This is government. This is to protect ourselves from invaders. Imagine that, a well-armed militia, right? I'm like, okay, interesting, you know, and I discussed that. Interesting. The government armed all the poor people. Apparently the government ain't scared of the poor people, right? I had that discussion on the air. I had that discussion on YouTube. I discussed a gun, Venezuela, blah, 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 right? When looking at all of this, they could come back and say Garland is pushing right-wing, pro-gun, Venezuela propaganda. You know what I mean? Now, I grew up around guns. I worked around guns. I have a history around guns. I'm not pro-gun. I'm not anti-gun. I'm just saying that, you know what I mean? I'm not anti-Second Amendment. I'm not an anti-gun person. And I had that experience in Venezuela, which is the evil country. And I came back and talked about my experience in Venezuela and how I kind of aligned with that and how I thought it was interesting that a government would arm the people and they weren't thinking of using the guns against the government, but blah, blah, blah. And then we had this Bay of Pigs thing where some American-inspired terrorists tried to sneak into Venezuela, and guess what? A well-armed militia, a bunch of fishermen, shot them up and stopped them, right? Well, guess what? I report on that, Scott. Isn't that a perfect example? Venezuela is an evil country. I couldn't possibly have had my own thoughts about guns and a well-armed militia. Apparently, you see what I'm saying? All of those things are fair game if they can take this position.
100%. First of all, when you went to Venezuela, you became a very dangerous man because you were outside the span of control and span of influence of the U.S. government. And therefore, you were susceptible to being influenced, again, wittingly or unwittingly, by the Venezuelan government. And then when you come back and you present this alternative narrative to the American audience, it's not seen as the informed, discernment of Garland Nixon, which it should be seen as. It's seen as Garland has been transformed into the mouthpiece of the Venezuelan government that's seeking to manipulate the American people for political purposes, to change policy, to alter policy. And that's the point here, is that the government doesn't have a right to infringe on free speech. The government should never be allowed to determine what a journalist is or isn't, what legitimate journalism is or isn't. That's up to the people who consume free speech. We're the ones that get to discern whether or not Garland Nixon's full of it or we trust Garland Nixon's message. It's literally, how, democracy at work. The people, the will of the people manifesting itself. Who do we believe? If people think you have a bad idea, I could be someone who watch Garland come back and I go, I disagree 100%. The solution under free speech isn't to suppress Garland Nixon. The solution under free speech is to engage Garland Nixon, debate him, have a discussion, a dialogue. And if you have better ideas, then you beat Garland Nixon in the eyes of the masses. The government and its mainstream media minions, they don't want to engage in a debate. They don't want to have a dialogue. They want to dictate. I've challenged everybody to a debate about Russia, nuclear arms, American policy. A story that should be dominating the news but isn't is the story that came out again in the New York Times just a couple of days ago that Joe Biden back in March signed off on a new nuclear employment plan. I hope people understand what I'm saying. It's not a concept. It's an employment plan. How we will use nuclear weapons going forward. How we go to war. What a nuclear war looks like. And this plan postulates the possibility of collusion between Russia, North Korea, and China to wage nuclear war, which means now that our nuclear war plan links automatically North Korea, China, and Russia. I mean, guys, this is insane.
It's suicide. That's all
Right, but we're not.
Plan for suicide.
But now we can't talk about it. We're not allowed to talk about it. If, God forbid, I brought on my podcast a Russian expert to say, what do the Russians think about this? Because don't you think it's important for the American people to understand how this policy resonates elsewhere? I'm now a Russian propagandist. I'm not an American patriot trying to find out a solution to a potentially lethal problem. I did interview a Russian 2 days ago. It aired last night, a senator. And let's hear his words in contrast to this word that the U.S. government is getting ready to, has signed off on a secret nuclear employment plan. He's talking about what Russia's next steps are going to be if the United States and the West continue to provoke Russia, invading Kursk, maybe authorizing long-range strike missiles. He said straight up, and this is a senator. Now, he's not the decision maker, he's not in the chain of command, but he's a senator in United Russia who is very close to Vladimir Putin. And so I would imagine that he is aware of conversations and maybe has participated in conversations. And basically, he said that the idea that Russia is going to sit here and absorb strategic strikes from the West, conventional or unconventional, is ludicrous. The moment Russia believes that these strikes are going to take place, Russia is going to strike back using nuclear weapons. And he basically said, look, maybe we'll take all of the United Kingdom off the map, eliminate it as a nation state, and then we're going to dare the United States to do something about it. And we have the nuclear power to destroy the United States, and the United States knows that. I don't agree with what he's saying. I think it's insanity, total insanity, scares the crap out of me. But my God, don't you think we should put that on the table so that the American people understand the consequences of this policy? But what the Biden administration would prefer is that we remain silent while they promulgate this, that we just become the compliant, zombies of America sitting there going, oh, you're going to kill us all. It's okay. No, it's not okay. No, it's not. I will speak out against this, but I'm just telling you right now, there's a target on my back. The New York Times, I spoke, as you saw in that article, I was interviewed by Stephen Lee Myers. He's a serious journalist. And so when he says he has the sources he has, and he's elicited the response he has from these sources, he's telling the truth. This is part and parcel of a broader investigation that's designed to destroy any alternative narrative that might be deemed as being sympathetic to Russia, pro-Russia, even if it's not controlled by Russia. You're just not allowed to have a point of view that differs from that of the United States government and its mainstream media accomplices.
Well, let me add this. A while back, way back, and you probably remember this when they first started with, what's his name? The InfoWars guy, right? And there were all of these people, yay, we'll shut him up. He says craziness. And back then, a lot of us said, time out. They're going to start with him. And, that's the camel's nose under the tent, as they say. And then the one after the other, right? Then, if you remember the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, they went to Moscow. There was an anti-imperialist forum or something. They went to that. They came back and they started charging them, basically saying, you ran somebody for city council. And that was the Russians want to take over the city council of St. Augustine or something, frickin' Florida, St. Petersburg. They also basically, and this is the dangerous part, all of it's dangerous, but their leader gave a speech and he said something about, look, NATO is going after Russia and they're using Ukraine as a, cat's paw, and we disagree with that and we think everybody should be against that. They didn't say it wasn't true. They didn't say they didn't have a right to say it. They basically said it's inspired by Russia, therefore it's crime. Now, what you said, I've talked to him, I've interviewed him. They basically admitted the things that you're saying are protected speech under the First Amendment. No problem. But they're inspired by Russia. Therefore, it's FARA violations. Therefore, it's all kind of crimes. So they will admit you can say things that are legal, that are protected speech, and they're still arguing that they can go after you for protected speech because, Scott, you and I and the people in Uhuru and who knows else don't have the right under the auspices of their argument. We don't have a right to formulate our own thoughts and articulate our own thoughts if our own thoughts happen to align with someone that they don't like.
No, this is frightening. I'm not an expert in the Uhuru movement, but I have read some of the legal briefs. So there was a fantastic amicus brief that was filed in support of them to overcome. See, the government's saying that at trial before a jury, the defendants aren't allowed to say they're protected by the First Amendment. The government says that will confuse the jury. To bring up a First Amendment issue will confuse the jury. We can only talk about the underlying, actions, the substance, what was done, not what was spoken. And the fact of the matter is, this argument falls apart on constitutional grounds. There is, there's no such thing as absolute right of free speech. As with any right, there are limitations. And I guess in U.S. jurisprudence, there's there is something that says that you can't use free speech to further a crime.
Right.
But it also says that you can't accuse somebody of using free speech to further a crime when the crime is free speech.
Right.
The crime is, a law that says free speech is a crime. FARA, when it's applied to free speech, is a law passed by the Congress of the United States. The First Amendment clearly says that Congress shall not pass any laws that abridge free speech and a free press. So when FARA says, "Oh no, you can't publish this, you can't say this, you can't speak this, because we choose to define it as X," that's a law that infringes automatically on free speech, and then to charge you with a violation of that is in literal the death of America, insanity.
Absolutely. Here's an interesting article I wanted to ask you about. Let me read it. The Petro Pavel, and he's the president of Czechoslovakia, right? When they were asked about the U.S. attack on Germany infrastructure, the blowing up of the pipeline, what he said was, let me find it. When an armed conflict is waged, it is waged not only against military targets, but also against strategic targets, and pipelines are a strategic target. Now, as I understand that, he's saying that he didn't really say pipelines. He really said German infrastructure. I mean, it's the same thing. So what he's saying is that in the event of a military conflict, your allies, supposed, are legitimate target. You can attack your allies, but we're told that the U.S. wasn't involved, that NATO wasn't involved. You know what I mean? Your thoughts on this argument now from the Czech president that German infrastructure is a legitimate target. If I was in Germany, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be thrilled with the price of energy right now, and this guy arguing that I'm a legitimate NATO target.
No, I mean, look, this whole situation's a debacle for NATO, for Europe, for the United States, for Ukraine. The goal was to retard and reverse Russia's stranglehold on European energy security by removing cheap Russian oil and gas from the mix. The perception in the West is that far from being a vehicle of empowerment, which, it really was. If you take a look at the growth of the European economy, a large part of that was because they weren't paying through the nose for energy. Affordable energy helped lower the costs across the board and create economic opportunities, industrial opportunities, etc. But the United States had said, we feel this gives Russia too much influence at a time when we're trying to weaken Russia. We don't want Russia to have more influence. We want to have Russia to have less influence. We don't want Russia to be stronger economically. We want Russia to be weaker economically. And we feel that Germany, by engaging with Russia in this energy relationship, was empowering the Russians, and we needed to disenfranchise that. But Germany's like, but we really need this stuff to keep our status as Europe's largest, strongest economy. So it was in the United States' interest to do this all along, and Joe Biden promised to do it. Many U.S. senators promised to do this. Victoria Nuland promised to do this, and then it happened, and immediately everybody's saying, we don't know who did it. America saying we didn't do it. Nobody knew who did it. Seymour Hersh wrote an article that seemed to point to the United States having done it, but nobody's doing a formal investigation. The Germans are sitting on their hands, so to speak. But the public outcry about the energy reality, where they are just, I mean, Germany is deindustrializing as we speak. Industries are fleeing. The energy price is too high to sustain, et cetera. That led to political momentum to investigate, and so now this investigation comes out, and it points the fingers not at the United States but at Ukraine, saying Ukraine did it. But the details that have been released about the narrative surrounding how Ukraine did it have people scratching their head. I know that I have spoken to very experienced special operations, underwater explosive people, and they're like, no, this is complicated, this is hard, this is serious stuff, and you're not going to get 4 Ukrainian divers with no experience who are drunk in a rowboat in the middle of the Baltic to pull something like this off. But that's the narrative that's being put out there, and you have to ask why, and why now, and why is Germany going along with this? So there's more questions than simply the Czech president, rubber stamping a NATO attack on Germany. It's about Germany rubber stamping a NATO attack on Germany, about Germany seeking to cover this story up, to keep the finger from pointing to where it needs to point. But the interesting thing about the German story is where the finger didn't point. Because you remember when this first happened, Russia did it, Russia did it, Russia did it. And the Germans have come out and said, Russia had nothing to do with this. And that's an inconvenient narrative too.
Yeah, it is. It is. The infamous dog that didn't bark, Sherlock Holmes. When everyone says, "Well, those guys said they were going to do it. They claimed they were going to do it. They promised to do it." Now their buddy in Poland tweeted as soon as it happened, "Thanks, USA." Everything pointed to the U.S. and all of here's the giveaway. What is it? Sweden, Denmark, Germany, all of these people did all these investigations, and none of them investigated the one source that promised to do it. The one, I was, again, I was a former investigator. I was former commander of the investigations division for a police department, a statewide police department. The idea that someone could promise to kill Garland Nixon, yes, I'm going to beat him to death with a pipe if he sets foot on that property on Elm Street again. And Garland sets foot on the property on Elm Street, and lo and behold, an hour later, we find him beaten to death with a pipe. And one guy promised, his friends all said, yeah, I just sold him a pipe. Yeah, he says, I don't really know anybody else who's really good at beating people to death with a pipe. All the evidence pointed to that one guy, and they said, Garland, who you investigate? Well, we're not going to investigate the guy who said he was going to do it.
Yeah, we're gonna invest the guy in a wheelchair with epilepsy that lives 6 blocks away.
Who's blind?
Doesn't have a vehicle. Yeah, blind. He did it.
Yeah. All right. The other issue. Well, let's start here rather than go right to Kursk, because I think the issue of Kursk is significant. But to me, the other issue that aligns with it is what's going on the front line. I've seen where they anywhere from 10 to 30,000 people going into Kursk, and they're in Russian, and that is what it is. We'll get to that. But, in a war, there's a war. And at the end of the war, at the end of World War II, you can look and say, man, the Russians, they lost like 1 million people in over a 3-day period in a couple of battles early in the war, right? All kind of terrible losses. Go to the Civil War. At one point, a lot of people don't know this, prior to the 1964 election, they were discussing who they were going to run other than Abraham Lincoln. Because Lincoln, the North was losing. People were upset. They said, there's just no way he's going to win. They're losing so many battles. In fact, one of the things that Lincoln said was, I'm going to take all my best generals, and I'm afraid that whoever comes next won't try to win the war. I'll take my best generals and I'll attack Richmond and end it early if I think. So all these things were going on. Here's my point. And then they turned, they won some battles. He won, they won the war. All kind of things happen. But at some point at the end of the war, somebody wins and somebody loses. They've done this. They're getting whatever PR. They're pissing a lot of Russians off, things of that nature. But where the rubber meets the road on the contact line, I think this is a very costly maneuver for them that will end the war early. Anyway, what's going on the front line, Scott, and how does that relate to the lack of these reserves that they have that they're using for Kursk and these kinds of misadventures, shall we say, if you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, let's put things in perspective. Before Kursk occurred, you basically had a situation where from Zaporizhia, from Kherson to a lesser degree, but Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Lugansk, the Russians were having an offensive where they're maintaining pressure all along the line in attritional conflict. I just had a fascinating interview the other day with Murat Khairulin. He's a frontline combat reporter who was with one of the lead assault units in this battle. And he described the battlefield. Interesting facts. For instance, the density of manpower and equipment on the front lines is greater than that during the Second World War. I would have thought it would have been less, but he said nope. The density is.
Sorry.
Right. Okay.
That was me.
But the density is, is greater. He was talking about Russian artillery, drones, the whole way the war is going. And he said the assault units that the Russians, these aren't the Storm Z units of the past composed of poorly trained prisoners whose job was to go forward and just absorb bullets. He said the assault units are the best trained men in Russia who have very active control mechanisms. So as they approach a place, they have drone overwatch and they're being told where the enemy is. They're maneuvering and they're prevailing. He says that yes, the Russians are losing wounded, but he says days go by where Russia doesn't lose any dead. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians are getting popped off in huge numbers. He's describing a battle, extraordinarily difficult battle, where the Ukrainians are very well dug in. He was frustrated with the Ukrainians because he says they just won't surrender. He says, I know you see the videos of Ukrainians surrender, you hear the stories of mass surrender. He said, that's not the case. He says, yes, some do surrender, but he said, for the most part, they fight and they die. They die in place. They don't surrender. They don't quit, which means that every square inch of terrain has to be taken by force. Assaulting. And so when you think of this constant attritional warfare, and the Russians are advancing several kilometers a day, it means that the Ukrainians are in trouble because they can't hold on to these positions. They can't reinforce these positions. When they lose their men, they have nothing to replace them with. And you and I have been talking about this sometime, collapse is the term we use. Khairulin agrees that the Ukrainian front is ready to collapse. Now, throw into that mix the Russian incursion into Kharkov, the Battle of Volchansk, and all that's going on up there. The Ukrainians were compelled to divert reserves from the main line of contact up to deal with this incursion. That was part of the Russian objectives, was to hasten the collapse by diverting what few reserves were left back up to the top to contain this strike. And then the Russians lock them into an attritional war where they're just grinding. So you have the Russians locking the Ukrainian reserves on the front into an attritional conflict in Kharkov, while the main battle, and it is the main battle, along the Donetsk front, the Ukrainian army is collapsing. Now, the Ukrainians have these reserves, between 10 to 30,000 strong, very well trained, very well equipped reserves. M1 tanks, Chieftain tanks, Leopard tanks, Martyrs, Bradleys, Strykers, HIMARS, Attackums, the whole thing up here. They were sort of protecting Kiev from an incursion coming out of Belarus. They now are, instead of being brought down to serve as a mobile fire brigade to start to slow down the Russians, to buy time for the Ukrainians to build up new forces to come in, they're thrown into Kursk, a new front. Now, there were several reasons for the Ukrainians to do this. One is propaganda, to basically say, look what we can do, tell the West, keep funding us, see we can do things with your equipment. That's sort of been mooted, so to speak, as the new equipment is burning increasingly in Kursk, being destroyed by the Russians. Two, they were hoping to capture, for instance, the Kursk nuclear power plant and hold it in exchange for, say, the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. We'll give you yours back, you give us ours back. We've now exchanged. And territory, the same thing, a territory swap. We'll give you Kursk back, you give us Zaporizhia back, and we call it even. This is what they wanted to have as negotiating chips at the negotiating table. And lastly, they were hopeful that such a bold incursion would require the Russians to take troops off of the main line of advance, divert them to contain. Well, that's not what happened. The Ukrainians went in with about 2 divisions worth of troops up in Kursk. The Russians have responded with the equivalent of, say, 3 brigades, a division, 2 airborne brigades, 2 Marine brigade, one airborne brigade, a Marine brigade, and then the Akhmat Special Forces brigade. And the important thing about the Akhmat Special Forces is that they have a history of being configured in what they call bloodhound configuration, small units to hunt down and destroy Ukrainian deep reconnaissance groups, diversion and reconnaissance groups. These are the units that got into Kursk, went up and took all the selfies outside the various geographical positions of importance. Here I am in front of this place. Here I am in front of this place. And now the Akhmat guys are playing other videos showing all the guys there now dead, all the guys there now prisoners. The bloodhounds, they're out doing what they do. The 810th Marine Brigade is out there fighting. The 11th Airborne Brigade out there fighting. They're not pushing the Ukrainians back. They're halting them, and then they're killing them. And so what's happened now is that the last of Ukraine's strategic reserves went into Kursk. They didn't get the shift they wanted. So the Russians are still fighting and breaking through in Donetsk. The Kharkov area, the Ukrainians had to take some units out of that to put it up and salvage the situation in Kursk. That's getting weaker. The Russians are about to put, I think, some pressure on Kharkov as well. And the Ukrainians have nothing left. And so this will go down in history as one of those futile gestures, like the Battle of the Bulge, where the Germans brought in their last strategic reserves. They could have stayed on the east bank of the Rhine River and held the Americans off with mobile reserves, made the battle harder. Instead, you took everything, threw it into this assault that was supposed to take Antwerp, didn't even get halfway there before they ran out of fuel, ran out of ammunition, and then they were all slaughtered. They lost everything, and they just made the overall collapse of the Western Front, that much quicker. That's what people. Abdi Aludanov is the commander of the Akhmat Special Forces, and he's been putting out a series of very interesting, videos. But he said a couple interesting things. But one of the things he said was, I've been confident that this war will end this year. But one of the things that was always in the back of my mind is, what about the strategic reserves? What about them? How do we get them? They're there. How do we get them? How do we engage them? How can we finish this war without engaging them? And he said the Ukrainians gave us a gift by just bringing them down and handing them to us. He says it's a very difficult fight. But he says they're prevailing. And so now we come to the last thing that Murat Kharolan said, which was fascinating. He said that it appears that the Ukrainians are going to abandon the Donbass, but they're going to do it by telling the forces that are there to dig in and die, to buy time. Meanwhile, they'll take what they can beyond the Dnieper River and start building a defensive line there. That the Ukrainians are going to surrender, for the most part, the left bank of the Dnieper River, the eastern side to Russia, and fall back. But they're going to order the Ukrainian soldiers that are dug in these last redoubts to fight and die. That you're not going to be saved. You're not going to be recovered. We're not coming for you. Your job is to dig in and hold the Russians back as long as possible so we can get this defensive line. And that's literally a game-changing moment. Very difficult to retreat to a new position when you don't have strategic reserves. Again, they're up in Kursk. So I think the war is not progressing to the benefit of Ukraine. But again, Opti is Mr. Optimism, although he wasn't. He just gave a very fascinating interview where he said if the war doesn't end this year, then there's real danger of World War III. Bring that back and talk about Russia's 3 consecutive training exercises with tactical nuclear weapons, America's new nuclear employment plan, and World War III takes on a different connotation. I asked Murat Karalin if he shared Opti's optimism, and he said no. He said, we're winning. And that's when he said that the line's going to collapse. But he said these Ukrainians, they're tough. They fight. But they don't surrender. We don't understand why they don't surrender. We don't understand what they're fighting for, but they're fighting. And so, this collapse we're speaking of doesn't automatically translate into, the war is over. There may be some heavy fighting to go. Politically speaking, though, what's interesting is that there's no more talk in Russia about a negotiated settlement. There may have been some secret talks taking place in Qatar. There's media reports that hint that Russia may have been involved in some back channel dialogue with Ukrainians directly or indirectly, with the Qatari government, mediating. Russia's always said that they're open to a negotiated settlement, so maybe that was taking place. But Russia also said that the settlement isn't going to deviate from what the one that Putin put on the table. That was the Russian peace plan. That's the one they were going to accept. But Putin warned in June when he put that on the table, if it's rejected by Ukraine and or the collective West, that it'll never go back on the table, and that the only outcome will be unconditional surrender. And when I was speaking to this Russian senator who talked about taking Great Britain off the face of the earth, he said something interesting about the future of Ukraine. And again, I've said this over and over again. Vladimir Putin is a man who puts great value in words. And when he says things, they have meaning. He doesn't waste words. So back in February 21st, the evening of 21st, before the special military operation began, Putin gave a very long speech about the historical roots of this conflict. And one of the things that he highlighted was what he called the accidental nature of Ukraine, meaning that Ukraine was a historical accident. It's not a real nation state. And he called it Lenin's accident, that it was, Lenin who breathed life into nothing and created Ukraine. And he's spoken several times about this. So he's referred to that with Tucker Carlson. Again, when he gave his history of the region, he spoke about this. The senator said that Russia will correct Lenin's mistake. And I said, well, what does that mean? He said, Russia will correct Lenin's mistake. There will be no Ukraine when this is done. Now, he's not the president. He's not the policymaker, but he's an influential man in the Russian Senate. This, I think, is part and parcel of the thinking that's taken hold of Russian leadership right now. He also told a story about how in his hometown, 6,500 miles away from the front lines, when the Ukrainians came into Kursk, all the men of the town are lining up to volunteer to come to Kursk and fight. That rather than dividing Russia, splitting Russia, getting Russia to panic, the Ukrainian incursion to Kursk has only caused the Russians to double down on their resolve to finish this war on terms that are acceptable, which means Lenin's mistake will be corrected.
Yeah, for a while I've argued that in a way this is playing into Russia's long-term goals for this reason. From the beginning, my perspective would be, if it were me, I would say, if I leave anything for NATO, they'll rearm it. I'm going to smash everything they have that looks like military strength to pieces, and there'll be nothing left for them to fix. And it looks like that's what they're doing. Sadly, unfortunately, that's an entire multiple generations of Ukrainian, both young, middle-aged, and old men are going to be part of what gets smashed. But sadly, that's what NATO's doing. Let's talk about this before we go. all the talk in the Middle East, certainly there's the Iran stuff, the potential strike, things like that. I'm sure there's a lot of negotiations going on. But here are my thoughts. A few months back, I read that some military leaders in Israel had talked to the politicians and said, our military wasn't built to do this. We've been fighting for, at that time, 8 months. We're not made to fight this long. We're not, and these, we can't go into Lebanon. We can't even do that. Forget that. That ain't an option. We can't go on the ground on Lebanon. It seems to me that the desperation of the Netanyahu government to drag the U.S. in, to me, is partially inspired by the fact that I think the military is really getting worn out. They don't have, they're fighting, they're bombing, but as far as they're getting hit, I think there's a serious question as to how long a country like Israel can maintain the pace of fighting that's going on here.
Well, I mean, according to the Israeli military, not much longer. I agree with you. That assessment was made. I think that what we're watching is, Benjamin Netanyahu's the fight of his life, his political life is taking place right now, and we're at the end game of it. He came to the United States in July and spoke to the United States Congress, 54 standing ovations, and his rhetoric was very harsh. He was going to war against Hezbollah. He was going to war against Iran. He was talking about full-scale attacks, the whole thing. Sending troops into Gaza, finishing it. But after he finished, getting massaged by Congress, he had to go to the Pentagon and he had to go to the White House, where they briefed him on a completely different reality, which was that the United States will defend Israel, help Israel defend itself, but the United States will not participate in Israeli wars of aggression against either Hezbollah or Iran. And it's interesting what Netanyahu did immediately after that. He assassinated a senior Hamas official in Beirut, a Hezbollah official in Beirut, and a senior Hamas official in Tehran. Assassinated. These are red lines. But then what happened? And this is where, I'm a huge critic of Benjamin Netanyahu, but you got to respect, his political savvy. He's crazy like a fox. See, he didn't invade Hezbollah. Lebanon. He didn't invade or attack Iran. He did small attacks of great significance that resonated inside Israel. Netanyahu is a great man, a great leader, defending Israel from these wars, holding people to account for what they do to Israel. And you combine that perception that Netanyahu is the guy fighting for you, backed up by the guy that was anointed by the United States, and Netanyahu suddenly made himself politically viable in Israel. He went from an extraordinarily weak position to a moderately weak position. He's still not in a strong position, but he's the leader right now. He's the leader because he's a wartime leader. He knows that the United States is putting extraordinary pressure on him to accept a ceasefire. And he knows that if he accepts the ceasefire the United States has put on the table, that politically his life is over, unless he creates an alternative narrative, which is to, have carried out these assassinations, carried out some bombing attacks, postured properly. And now if there's a ceasefire, I can say, yes, but I can guarantee the ceasefire because I'm the guy that Hezbollah and Iran fears. Hezbollah and Iran, on the other hand, have been attacked. Red lines have been crossed. And they are in a position of losing credibility domestically and regionally if they let this stand. But let's look at Hezbollah. Hassan Nasrallah isn't just the leader of a resistance movement. He's the head of a political party that is probably the most dominant political party in Lebanon today. The Lebanese government is heavily influenced by Hezbollah. And Hezbollah has done a great job. We know this. Why? Because was it last week or 2 weeks ago, when Israel was threatening to come in, the Sunnis, the Christians, the Shia were all saying, we're with Hezbollah. How did that happen? You're with Hezbollah. Because Hassan Nasrallah has actually behaved brilliantly in terms of escalation management, of holding Israel to account sufficiently to bring pain without allowing the situation to spin out of control. Look at Iran. In April, they achieved, deterrence dominance by their massive retaliation for the Israeli attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus. Israel was compelled just to give a little pittance of a retaliation that may or may not have happened, and then they called it a clean slate. But Iran said, we have a red line. You can't attack Iranian territory. And Israel attacked Iranian territory in an embarrassing way, in a way that should send shivers up every Iranian politician's spine, because if Israel can get this leader of Hamas, who should have been as safe as one can be, in downtown Tehran, they can get anybody. And I think that was the signal that Netanyahu was sending. Now, what does Iran do? Well, logic says they have to respond. But Iran is looking at this picture, let's say, twofold. One, they're winning. The Israeli assassination aside, Iran's winning. The axis of resistance is winning. Israel is weak, economically devastated, militarily, decimated, politically divided. The future of Israel is not bright. You don't have to wear shades. So, that's one thing. So why would you do something that disrupts that whole algorithm, that turns it in away from being the success of the resistance over Israel to achieve Palestinian statehood to a broad regional war between Israel and Iran that now compels outside powers to come in to negotiate a settlement that has nothing to do with Gaza and everything to do with oil in the Strait of Hormuz? That's a dialogue Iran doesn't want to engage in. First of all, they will suffer in a war. They may inflict great damage on Israel, but they will suffer as well. They don't want to. Their focus is BRICS. In October, they're going to Kazan. So Saudi Arabia, so is almost everybody else in the Azerbaijan's going. That's where they want to be. They want to be at BRICS, where they talk about economic engagement with a significant part of the world free of U.S. sanctions. That's where they want to be. They don't want to be dragged down in this war. So there's both Hassan Nasrallah and the new Iranian president, have a tremendous amount of incentive not to strike Israel, to drag this thing out. Eventually, I do believe there will be a retaliation, but I don't think it's going to be 1,500 missiles raining down on Israel simultaneously. I think it's going to be a very directed retaliation that allows Iran to save face, but it pushes this issue away so that we can get back to talking about Gaza, Palestinians, Palestinian statehood, a ceasefire. Netanyahu is under tremendous pressure to come up with a ceasefire. Again, he's a man who is a political master at playing one side off against the other and taking things right up to the brink. So I don't know if he's out of cards or if he has a couple hidden up his sleeves yet. But I would say watch this space very carefully to see what Netanyahu does, because he doesn't want to go to war, a full-scale war, because he knows that Israel probably won't win, and then he'll be further damned by by history. But he can't declare a premature peace because then his coalition will collapse and he goes away too. So he has to navigate that very narrow path upon, in these very rocky shoals. Odds, I think a Vegas odds maker, and looking at it, would say, I can't give you odds on that, but a Vegas odds maker who knows something about Benjamin Netanyahu might go 50-50. 50-50, he makes it.
Well, here's what I think. Yes, if it were the U.S., we got to strike back. We got to show we're strong. We're about the macho stuff. I think with the Iranians, and I don't think it's just the Iranians, I think, the word was out everywhere that the Russians were bringing in S-400s, air defense. They were bringing in all kind of electronic warfare, really, really powerful stuff. I think that was part of the of the discussion in BRICS, and that was, look, it's going to screw up BRICS. And they want to screw up BRICS. October, we got a big meeting come up. We are come to your aid. We will help defend you. I would be willing to bet, even though the Iranian has good intelligence, maybe Russian, Chinese, et cetera, intelligence are in there saying, we'll provide you intelligence help. We'll provide all kinds of help. We can win this thing in the economic sphere, and that's important. And they want to disrupt BRICS. And if we get this war, part of it is this. Saudi Arabia is in BRICS. You know, all of these BRICS countries, they get to go to war. You've got all of this Belt and Road stuff running through the Middle East, right? It gives the U.S. and its allies the opportunity to kind of blow up the Belt and Road stuff, to disrupt and dislocate the BRICS companies. They can launch a war on BRICS right there. So it's much, to me, the Iranians, yeah, you want to look tough. Yeah, you don't want to get embarrassed. But wisdom says, in the long term, what benefits me. And I think they understand that that this whole thing's about money. This whole thing is about the U.S. saying, doggone it, China's passing us. Doggone it, Russia, these other countries around here are passing us. Oh, crap. Now Russia and China are now working with Africa. We can't get the uranium and gold and stuff. That it's all about money. And that they've got to thwart the neocons' plan to take out BRICS. And that this is that BRICS, the totality of the situation is much more important than getting a bloody nose from Israel and Tehran.
No salute, family.
Yeah, BRICS is everything. I mean, this is literally a game-changing forum, one that Russia has been putting a tremendous amount of effort into. When this summer started, before the President Madness, I wrote a proposal to a group that I write for, and I said this is the summer of Russia, and from a journalistic standpoint, there are 3 events that we really need to focus on. One is the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, because it is the equivalent of a massive BRICS ministerial. All the world came there. All the world talked. Russia started the business of shaping, coalescing agreement about, what a BRICS platform would look like, et cetera. And they've been following up ever since. I mean, every week there's a BRICS ministerial taking place in Russia, covering, and Russia's inviting more and more people. Modi's coming. So we're going to get the big 3 sitting at a table.
Venezuela's coming.
Azerbaijan's coming. Turkey's coming. Everybody's coming. They're all flowing in there. So St. Petersburg International Forum, I said, you have to go there. You have to see it so that you can put everything else into perspective. Because an important thing that came out of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is the priority that Putin placed on the Ukraine conflict, which was second to BRICS. The number one thing he's promoting is BRICS, economic reform, et cetera. The war is important, but it's number 2, which is why then I said the next thing you have to do is go to the Moscow International Security Conference and then the Armed Forces Conference after that, because the Russian military has transformed. It's not the military that went into Ukraine in February 2022. It's not the military that retreated precipitously in the fall of 2022. It's not even the military that succeeded in capturing Bakhmut and repelling the Ukrainian counteroffensive in 2023. The Russian army in 2024 is a whole new beast, And the implications of that exceed simply looking at Ukraine. It is a reality that NATO has to deal with. So if you're a NATO official, I'm saying you got to go there, or you got to listen to people who went there and listen to what they have to say about Russia, because NATO's under this perception that it's going to be able to spend money, build a military, and be the equal of Russia. It's not. The Russians are very far ahead, but you have to see it to believe it. So that was the other one, is to put, even though the Ukraine conflict might be subordinated to BRICS, the issue of Russia as a military power is one that the collective West and the United States are going to have to come to grips with. But to come to grips, you have to comprehend it. And the last thing was BRICS. That's the final nail in the coffin of U.S.-led Western hegemony. It is the transition from a singularity, American singularity, to a global multipolarity with Russia and China and India and others playing a very significant role. 2 years ago, BRICS wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, it was there, but you had the South African summit and started to coalesce. But I mean, before the Russian incursion into Ukraine, BRICS wasn't a big deal. I mean, it was there, but after the incursion, you saw it take on a new life as the realization in the global south, the developing world, about what the United States and Europe were up to in Ukraine and what they were planning on doing in Taiwan. And, the fact that left unchecked, this is insane. People said, well, we need a counter, we need a balance. And suddenly BRICS became very relevant. And so you saw this massive acceleration of developing BRICS. What kind of infrastructure is going to be, what kind of, permanent establishments are going to exist, committees, this sort of thing. You saw an expansion in South Africa. Russia right now, I think, is putting on the finishing touches of turning BRICS from theory into reality, to create this foundation of reality that BRICS is a multipolar organization that can get things done, big things, such as de-dollarization, canceling SWIFT, putting forward, an alternative currency, getting nations that don't necessarily agree with others to sit down and work together. That's an important aspect of BRICS. Iran, China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, China, India. BRICS is that kind of form. And it's happening. It's happening. And the West is missing out on this. This is the frustrating. Now we come back to, full circle. The reason why you, I, and others are out there talking about Russia isn't that we're pro-Russian. I told the Russians straight up, I'm not pro-Russian. I'm pro-American. I want America. I want good things to happen to my country. But good things can happen when we're engaged in bad policy. In order to have better policy, we need to be able to speak realistically about the world we live in. And imagine what America could do if it had leaders who were conversant on the reality of Russia. But you can't be conversant on the reality of Russia if your Russian perspective comes from an establishment that's been infected with Russophobia. You can only be conversant on the Russian reality when you have the courage to go forth, to meet the Russians, to go to Russia, to see Russia, to witness this firsthand, not because you're a tool of Russia, but because you're an independent thinker capable of discerning fact from fiction, and you want to put things in a proper perspective, so you want to empower yourself with knowledge and information. The West missed out on a golden opportunity this summer by not focusing on the three things. The BRICS Summit's going to happen in October in Kazan. And, if we don't understand it, then we won't know how to deal with it. And I think that's a big problem, because when we don't know how to deal with things, we panic. And when we panic, then we publish secret nuclear war plans, because that's all we have left.
Yeah, you're right. Scott Ritter, everybody go to scottritter.com, where you can find about all of Scott's important work. Also, when you get
cool figure. Follow me.